Me signing in. Hello. Good evening. I do have my aircon on at the moment. I'm just gonna keep it on for like a couple of minutes just to cool myself down. It's not hot. It's just that it's warmer than usual, and I've said this so many times. I'm really bad to temperature changes, so I'm still trying to cool myself down and like regulate my temperature. But hello everyone. How's everyone today? Hello. Hello Penta. Hello Poker Castle. I know Shakespeare, but I'm pretty sure you're Shakespearean. English is wrong in the title. I think so too. I kinda... Wait, how would you say? Because I knew when I was typing it, it didn't sound right, but I realized that was... to me, anyways. It's funnier that way. Because Miyu doesn't know English, how am I supposed to know Shakespearean? There was no way that I could, you know, there's like those generator things. Like when you go to put like a text in and then it changes it into like an accent of some kind, or like, oh please convert this sentence into like pirate speech or something. I know there's one for Shakespearean. Like I probably could have done that. That's too boring. Also the fact that I don't know if... Yeah, I remember. There's what? What's the word? There's a letter limit for the title, like obviously. And a good amount of it is already taken up by just like the Great 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐸 Chronicles Resolve EP3. So I tried to fit in whatever I could. Should I actually? I was gonna say, should I make all of my titles just Shakespearean now? But it's gonna only be referenced to this one case anyways. Well, that's assuming that I get through the case today. Like, the trial just today. Surely there's not any more, is there? It's only the, like... Not... Well, I say it's the first case, but that's just me not including, like, the tutorial, but that's technically the first case. Like, this is just the second case. Oh, I'm not cooling down. What if I just direct it at my face for like a few minutes? So you guys will just hear it for a little bit. It's a different kind of ASMR, you know? Because all of what? My drawing streams was like ambient, like weather. What is this? Now you get an exclusive miyuu's air conditioner. Where is it? Ace. If I just go to home, it's here. Okay. Excuse me, I'm pretty sure the game's going to be loud as fuck in my ear. Oh, I should get my controller. Okay. I'm a changed woman! I'm gonna stop using this. Yeah. Hello, Borg. Is the famous Yes, this is the famous I mean, technically, my name has U and N. That could be an alternate Miyu. Okay, let me get the game up so that it's not so damn loud in my ear. You could just write TG. Oh, true. True. I've already committed to the full title now, though. Maybe I'll change it in the future. I'm too lazy to change. Because if, okay, like, I know that in Resolve we only have like 3 episodes now. Even though this is episode 3, but one of them was 1.5. So 3 streams of it. 3 streams of it already, but like, I'd have to change through all, like, all of the great Ace Attorney ones, so the ones in Adventures as well. So I'll do that in the future, maybe. Because if I just start doing it now, that's just gonna irritate me. And I'll want to, like, change the whole thing. So you start running all of your titles in Welsh. Why Welsh? Is it because of the accent in the game? Okay. I'm slightly cooling down. Let me get the screen. Wait. Before I need to make sure that this connects itself. Please? Please? Do I have to click on it? Oh shit! Don't do that. I was about to connect to like the TV in our living room. Don't do that. Don't do that. Why is that not connecting? God, Bluetooth is so annoying. Excuse me. Excuse me. Do I have to remove device again? You were connecting before. Bro, my nails are not fit to hold. Oh, no, no, never mind. Alright. Remove. Easy. Not easy. Please, please. Oh! Oh, that scared me. Okay, there you go. Now I'll turn off my aircon. Probably should just leave it on fan since I'm not fully like cooled down. It's just like my face that I've cooled down so I don't like sweat. But if I have to turn it on later, I'll just do that. Because I'd exceed the word limit, I guess. Is it? Oh wait, I think I remember seeing someone. I remember seeing someone do like a GeoGuessr of like areas in Welsh. In Welsh. You know what I mean. Great town of. Is that real? Like if I copy that and then paste it into like you could convince me, you could gaslight me right now if that's real. Wait, Welsh town. Longest Welsh town. Oh, it is! It is! How would you pronounce that? Often shortened to just like the first like like 12 letters. Pronunciation. Slow. Clung via pith gwyn guth good. Clan via Clavai pith gwyn guth guth twin. It's the end of the town name that's funny to me. Gok 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 gok. It sounds like a lisp. Like, they couldn't get the ending. They couldn't say the ending of it. Oh god, wait, this is fucking up my Google search now. You know, it's a living room rejection. I thought you lived in a closet. I do live in a closet. My room is a closet. The rest of the house is fine. Well, at least I think it is. Unless me is just very small, which I kinda am. But like, I don't think my perception of like what a decently sized room is would be changed that much. Like I have what in the city we do have some what not family. We do have some acquaintances up in the city, and then they invite us to like their houses, and it's the city, right? It's a really rich area of the city, so they would have essentially mansions. So I've been inside a mansion. Like I know that's big, right? I know what a big room looks like. The thing is, technically though, we have two living rooms. Two as in oh wait, it's not a living room anymore. I forgot we changed it. We used to have two living rooms. Keep it turned on, don't worry, it's not that annoying. Gotcha! If I do ever like sweat profusely, don't worry. I will turn on the aircon for myself. I do not enjoy sweating whatsoever. The entirety of yesterday. Did I mention? I was out the entirety of yesterday, and it was fucking boiling hot. It was god awful annoying. I chose to wear a long sleeve because I didn't want to get like sunburnt, and I would protect myself from the sun, but like it was fine for like the first hour of the trip, and then it and then it got really bad. I was an idiot. But it's okay, my hair was long enough. I'm pretty sure no one would have been able to like see my back. My sweaty back. This bunny does not like the heat whatsoever. Something is even longer. It really... Wait, I don't even count how many letters... You know what, we don't need to do that. The town name is like long enough. It's longer than like any sentence that I could conjure up with my horrible English. I'm not doxing you on 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨 with that info and doing my chores. Okay. I trust that you will not be trying to dox me on 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨 with that information that I just said. Thanks for stopping by, Burger Castle. Take care. Okay. I need to stop getting used to, like, I always find myself clicking with my mouse. I can be spoiled now. Use controller. Controller use. Okay. I'm ready for, hold on. 22nd of February, 9:40 AM, the Old Bailey courtroom. Welcome everyone. We came back from an investigation yesterday, and now we're going straight into the trial to see if we can save Mr. Soseki Natsume, who has once again been accused of murder. Attempted murder. The guy isn't dead. Oopsie. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. Now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense declare their willingness to proceed. Oh, hello. Don't miss you whatsoever. Wait! We get to... we get to do the what? The speed run fucking strip. Timer. How long will it take for Van Zykes to strip? Yippee! My favorite game of the stream! Prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. I forgot, your voice is annoying. Okay, I don't do much with it, but it's just lower. Readiness for the trial, my learned Nipponese friend, is not what the defense needs. What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat. It's not just in my imagination, it's really there. Lord Van Zyx has such an animosity towards us Japanese for some reason.
It was some time ago now that he first became known as the Reaper of the Bailey, I believe. These past few years he hasn't appeared in court at all.
Yet now he's back in the courtroom, but for some reason, only when I'm defending. This Reaper, with his curious disdain for us Japanese, the prosecutor shrouded in mystery. Good luck, boys. Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Soseki-san's trial. Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Everyone, take a good look at them. You've been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to fulfill your duty? Will there at least be one familiar face, or is it just gonna be everyone different? Let's see. Straight off the bat. I had a feeling that this larrikin wasn't innocent before. Oh, we know her too.
Must say that I feel especially ruthless on days when my head refuses to sit right.
You also know this fucker. Oh well, I rather like how you're wearing your hat. I think the ruthless look is very fetching, actually. Oh, she's new. I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting. Let's make this quick. Oh, we also know this guy. Couldn't agree more. I need to take home 5 bob tonight or the missus will go through the roof. You're the one with the somewhat abusive wife, is he not?
Oh, may the Lord show us all the light and lead his flock to a righteous verdict.
You also know that guy. There's only one person. Rather than one person that we could know, it's one person that we don't know. Everyone else we do know.
British jury system is so very different to our own, isn't it? It's quite extraordinary to think that the power of judgment is in the hands of 6 members of the public, and that the judge can only pass sentence when all juries are in agreement about the defendant's guilt.
6 citizens of London chosen at random, or at least that's the idea. Prosecution would draw attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here but 2 days ago. Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return for duty today. Are they? But one of them is different because, if I remember correctly, one of them would have been the Garridubs. It would have been the wife. Very well, let us commence the trial. Why? Yeah, I thought at random, but then it's not actually at random. You got the... I don't know how I feel about that. Lord Van Zyx, your opening statement, please. Will that shit fly? No. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decision. However, the innocent verdict afforded to this eccentric Nipponese before has had dire consequences. Did the accused repent for his wrongdoing in that affair? Far from it. Instead, he used his freedom to perpetrate a most blood-curdling crime. Look at him! Oh no! Namely, that of the attempted murder of his neighboring lodger, an innocent Englishman. To explain the circumstances of the crime, prosecution calls its first witness to the stand. Oh, he stripped quickly! Oh shit! We didn't get that. We barely got any build up, Van Zyx. Oh, come on. I know it's a new game, and anyone else playing might be like new to your existence. Come on. Oh, rip. The game ended early, guys. But good. Gather your bets. It's all done now. The detective responsible for investigating the scene and the accused himself. Okay. What did I how to sit on? Maybe I can sit on. Okay. I don't like sitting on my chair without a towel because it's just leather and that just doesn't feel nice. Okay. Witnesses, your names and occupations, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division.
Soseki Natsume from the Empire Japan. My government ordered me to come here as a student to study your language and culture.
Mr. Natsume.
Yes, my lord, sir.
Quite sure I'm not mistaken. You swore an oath never to set foot in my courtroom again. I remember it as if it were yesterday. The day before, in fact, my lord, but close enough.
Believe me, this is the last place I want to be.
Inspector, let's hear from you. Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the court. Right, you are, sir. Sorry. It's so hard changing from one drastic voice to the another. Okay. The incident occurred at the Garudeb household where the defendant has lodgings. The ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William Shamspeare. The defendant has already admitted to visiting the victim on the night in question. Mr. Shamspeare collapsed in his room as a result of poisoning by styrene shine? Is that an actual poison? Of course it is. White odorless bitter crystalline powder that can be taken by mouth, inhaled, breathed in, or mixed in a solution and given intravenously injected directly into the vein. It's a strong poison. I read the highlighted bit, like thinking that would give me the like concise information, but no. The highlighted bit only told me that it's a powder that I don't know how you can take it in. Next sentence actually told me it was a poison. And a small amount is needed to produce severe effects in people. How do you pronounce it though? Oh god, I just realized searching this up was gonna go into my history. FBI! Strychnine. It was found the following morning when the landlord, suspecting something was wrong, broke down the door. This means, I presume, that the door to the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident. Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making entry to or exit from the room impossible. So the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, lives to tell tale. He very nearly didn't. The man was halfway to heaven when we first found him. Soseki is getting twitchy. His first officer on the scene, my lord. A photographic print here that I took at the time to show how it looked. Love that you say that, as if... We have a photo, but this photo isn't really gonna help us, is it? Oh, I was wondering what that was. That's his ear. Oh, of course. Because everything here is kind of the same of what we know. So the fact you took a photo quickly of the scene before checking on whether or not the victim was actually deceased or not is crazy. Guys, you gotta check on the person at least. This man looks very much deceased. That's right. Everyone present believed that's exactly what he was. Very well, I shall accept this photographic print as evidence for the court. Crime scene photograph. A photographic print of the scene taken by police upon their arrival. The victim can be seen unconscious on the table, having been poisoned. Well, if we ever find ourselves presenting this photograph, it would have to do with, like, the guy that got poisoned. Let's see, it's not the court record. The court record is this button. Like, maybe he'll say like, oh, I was actually sitting in this position, or like something. I don't know why he didn't lie though, because there's like straight photograph. Like, okay, that only leads me to be confused. Maybe it would have to do with the here? Because we have been talking about the gas. Brum. We'll see. We'll see how it jumps in. Now then, Miss Natsume.
Yes? Yes!
Mr. Defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture?
They're haunted. Haunted by evil spirits.
Good gracious, what's haunted?
My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange things happening in my lodgings. The tenants before me died in mysterious circumstances. A woman was stabbed by no one on the street or outside. My neighbor was poisoned! And me? What about me? I've nearly been killed countless times.
Killed, Miss Natsume, how?
Even on that fateful night it happened, when I returned from Mr. shamspeare room, I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed. But before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me!
Must always extinguish all fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsume.
But it's so cold! My runny nose would freeze. The point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. Why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed?
Big you witnesses? I believe I have a reasonably clear picture of events. If I could raise one more point, my lord. One more conclusive point. Uh-oh. Is it the books? Conclusive, go on. Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, has regained consciousness after his ordeal. And he is named the true culprit. He woke up and they were able to take his testimony. The poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that he drank on the night in question. Tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused. The accused? Good grief! Order? As that's the crux of this whole case. Looks like his son is innocent, then why? Why has the victim accused him? Well, Mr. Natsume, what have you to say to this accusation?
Evening. Yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result! Never will I touch tea again, never!
Oh, the public pump was frozen, you said.
That's not information we've heard before.
That would do, thank you. Now, according to our laws, the defense must have the opportunity to cross-examine witnesses at least once. Therefore, I call upon these witnesses now for a formal testimony. I presume the prosecution has no objection. None whatsoever, my lord. Good, then you will give your account of events on the night in question to the court now.
Yes! My lord!
Oh, I'm gonna have to do both your voices for a while. I said this yesterday. Oh, maybe that these two won't pop up as much, especially the defendant, because usually they aren't appearing in the court that very much. I should have known because we found out that he was actually there at the night of the Sozeki.
It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor and I took some tea with me as a gift. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. My tea, he was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he?
I've already forgot how to pronounce it. Strychnine?
Strychnine takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't kill over immediately after taking it. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands.
Alright, short and sweet. Fuck. Yes, I see. It all seems relatively straightforward.
Excuse me, but that testimony testimony does raise one rather crucial point, I think. Mr. Natsume claims his tea to have been harmless, presumably though. The teacups have been examined for traces of poison, haven't they?
Why didn't I think of that? Well, as it happens, no. We haven't been able to. Did I hear you correctly, Inspector? Scotland Yard has failed to examine the suspect substance. How could you have overlooked something so important? Is that the first thing you should have done? My learned Nipponese friend is falsely incensed. The inspectors at Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, not that it was overlooked. Unable? Why? There wasn't enough. There wasn't none left, no drop. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed. Current scientific techniques, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances. We only need a drop, but that one drop does actually have to exist, funnily enough. Lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears nothing other than the tea passed the victim's lips on the night in question. See, thank you, the matter is clear. Cast your eyes over the jury, my learned friend. What? You can see it in their faces, I'm sure, the recognition of the accused's guilt. The client's fate is all but sealed. Mere moments from now, you will lose, and your compatriot will be damned for all eternity. He's right! I feel all six of the juries looking daggers at me. Oh, what, you can't be doing this so early into the game. Alright! And Houston! Brothers in arms! We slap our faces too. Oh dear. Ah, okay. That didn't hit like a bad spot, but I hit pretty fucking hard. It doesn't sound like it hit that hard though, did it? That makes me sad. But to be fair, Renosuke slapping his face that loudly for it to fucking echo is not normal either. If anything, his cheeks would have to look like what Garadeb's cheeks would have looked like in the fourth case in the last game. But when I let them beat me down, I won't. Counsel for the defense, proceed with your cautious examination. Yes, my lord. Fuck. Wait, what's the button to press? Oh, it's just the other side, of course. Were you and your neighbor good friends then?
Oh, no! We weren't friends! Not at all! Not at all! Never! Ever!
Simple no would have sufficed. Then, why did you decide to pay him a visit?
Mr. Shamspeare fancies himself as having great literary knowledge. As a fellow scholar of English literature, we find much to talk about together.
But you're not friends.
Come on now. No Nipponese could understand the finer points of English literature.
And on the night in question, that was the topic of the conversation as well, I presume.
It was the day of my last trial when I was acquitted. I just arrived back at my lodgings. When I ran into Mr. Shamspeare outside on the street, it was at around 6 o'clock. Exchanged one or two pleasantries, but soon turned into a heated discussion. He was on his way out at the time, though, so I promised to visit his room that evening at 9 to continue our debate. Did I have ill intentions? No! Not one, not two, not any! Not at all! Never, ever!
A simple no would have sufficed, I feel.
Then tell the court what did happen when you visited the victim's room.
Literary debate about Shakespeare's works, I think you said, didn't you?
Shakespeare?
Ah, very worthy topic of conversation, I must say.
Oh yes, my lord. Romeo and Juliet, who was stronger? It was a profoundly pleasurable parley.
Romeo and Juliet?
Who was stronger?
I know I'm going to regret asking this, but how did the debate go?
Well, we both agreed that we would reach a conclusion more quickly with a reenactment, so we battled it out! In a Greco-Roman style, naturally!
What?
Mr. Shamspeare had all sorts of costumes in his room for just such a contest!
So when you say reenactment, you mean you were actually in costume?
He is Romeo, I is Juliet, and after a vigorous wild tussle,
That doesn't sound right. That's not right. That doesn't sound right. This could be taken out of context wildly.
I, as Juliet, came out on top! A victory I'll cherish forever!
I dare not imagine the terrible scene of carnage.
Fact remains that it was you who prepared the tea and took it to the victim, correct? I boiled the water in my room and made a pot to take with me. I'd heard that he was too poor to have tea himself, you see?
It's true. There was no sign of any tea leaves in the man's room.
I went to do something nice, to be friendly. So why is everyone looking at me with such suspicion? My tea was harmless, of course it was!
Do you have any basis for that statement, witness?
Hold it!
Yes, there was not a drop of tea left in the victim's room anywhere, was there? Speaking of tea, I'm gonna drink my coffee.
That's correct. Anyone would think the fellow had never had a pot of tea before. He must have licked it dry. Which is a pity because one drop is all we would have needed to analyze it for poison.
And say that you returned home to your room at 11 o'clock, Mr. Natsume.
Yes, definitely. By heaven and earth, I swear it. My lord was able to verify that as it happens. He confirmed that the defendant went back to his room at 11 that night.
How is the landlord able to attest to this?
He, said it was the lamps, I believe.
The lamps, Inspector. And tenants return to their rooms to start using gas, lamps, and other parts of the house flicker.
Yes, Mr. 𝐢𝐬𝐹 seems to pay a lot of attention to the comings and goings of his tenants.
There's only one key to Mr. Shamspeare's room, I know that for certain. So he must have locked the door himself from inside his room. The victim has confirmed that to be the case, yes. So I'm right! My tea was harmless, completely harmless! If you take poison, you die! Everyone knows that. It's not that simple, I'm afraid. Well, what do you mean?
Can I dox you on 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨? I dox people on Google Maps. Well, I feel like I say 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨 because what? If I ever choose to play 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨 on stream, that is how shit will go down. Because you can't really dox me on Google Maps Earth unless— oh, actually, I forgot the server existed. Alright! This bunny may be threatened. Moving on from illegal activities. It was just a funny language. I only got to hear a little bit of it because there is like a really like popular Welsh YouTuber. And sometimes I heard him speak in Welsh. Well, how do you say the— hold on. Do you just say the Welsh language? Do you just say— yeah. Oh god, when I searched it up I saw the long town name again. I'd be very curious to learn how what Welsh is, like, learned. Because just from a glance, it honestly looks like a keyboard smash. It doesn't look right. But then I know that says something because I can see reoccurring, like, characters together. Welcome to Wales. All I see is the Wales sign now. Oh, hi Chosas. Also hi GW as well. Hope you two are doing good today. Thank you for stopping by. I am now suddenly reminded that my hay fever is acting the fuck up. I've got to take medication today because I thought it'd be fine. Hey, but it's just one of those things where you try to just bullshit through it because honestly, the last thing I want to do is constantly take medication for it. It's literally just an itchy nose, but an itchy nose that annoys me enough. Have I pressed the statement yet? Hold it! How long does it take for symptoms to appear then? Oh, my nose. Going to the coroner, I was speaking to at the yard about 30 minutes after the poison's consumed. The victim suffers violent convulsions, cramping, stiffness, and eventually dies from asphyxiation. Hold on. My nose. 30 minutes, he says, and then we know that they retired for the night after 11. Meaning he was just kind of sitting in his room up until the morning that we... What, 5 a.m. in the morning-ish? Not 5 a.m. 5:30 a.m? 6 a.m? When did we meet Sholmes? Fuck. So there's a 30-minute interval between when the poison is ingested and the onset of symptoms. There seem to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure.
Dear, death by poisoning again. It's always so awful.
My nose. 30 minutes is a long time. Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left. You can't deny that. It further degrades Osaki-san's alibi. Medical report from the doctor examined the victim here, my lord. Oh god. Spells it out really? The accused is the only person who could have done it. Very well, the court will add this report to the court record as evidence. Victim's medical report, a report issued by Scotland Yard's medical officer. It obviously mentions the poison as well as other details gleaned during the police investigation. Let's read it now. Or Susato says something. Actually, no, I'll read it. So we know what she's referring to. Okay, victim, William Shamspeare, 31. Age 31. Cause of coma, ingestion of a small quantity of strychnine. Toxic effects present 30 minutes after ingestion. High likelihood of the substance have been mixed with the tea the victim was drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing. Investigative conclusions. Poison incident occurred at around 1:30 a.m. on 21st of February. Assessed from the victim's pocket watch that appears to have broken when the man collapsed after the delayed onset of symptoms. No container for the poison was found at the scene. Access from the victim's pocket watch. It appears to have broken when the man collapsed. That's kind of lucky. Okay. I feel like it has something to do with this bar of soap. Oh? What is it, Mr. Naruto? This bar of soap, when we first found it, I could have sworn there was some sort of round disc in this depression just here. A reddish one.
Yes, you're right. I remember it too. But now the depression is completely empty.
Where could a disc have gone? It's gone! Bar soap updated. The little reddish medallion from the scent has mysteriously vanished. Huh? How? What? What? Oh god, we're gonna look crazy now. There was just an indent here for something, but it was clear too. What was it? Oh, that kind of annoys me. We didn't have anyone look through our shit, did we? The only other thing in my head is that it melted? I guess it melted? Does that make any sense?
Well, yes, I see it here. Delayed onset of symptoms.
Right.
Hold it!
The argument still stands, you say? That's what Mr. Natsue Gregson. That's what Mr. Natsue's been saying, isn't it? Both of them drank tea together that night, so if there was poison in it, the victim wouldn't have been able to lock the door after the accused left later on.
Exactly! Me and my tea are innocent! Sweet and innocent, I tell you!
I'm afraid, sir, that doesn't follow. You see, strychnine is a slow-acting poison. In other words, it takes time for symptoms to appear. So you could have just left the room up to 30 minutes after the victim drank the tea, and as long as you did that, Mr. Shamspeare could have locked the door after you'd gone.
What? No! We drank the tea straight away! The battle over whether Romeo and Juliet was stronger, they came after the tea!
Give any evidence to support the statement.
Oh! In my great homeland, the Empire of Japan, we have a saying! Drink tea while it's hot!
Sure, a proverb will satisfy the prosecution. I'm afraid there's no conclusive proof to support the defendant's assertion. On the contrary, there are sufficient grounds to infer his guilt in this matter.
No!
That's the extent of their testimony, is it?
If I could voice a personal opinion, Mr. Naruto.
Of course, go ahead.
Mr. Natsume is arguing for his innocence so adamantly and so persistently, and yet Inspector Gregson just brushes what he says aside. It's really quite infuriating.
I agree. We need to find an inconsistency in what the inspector is saying, I think.
I'm afraid so. And as things stand, the juries are sure to find Mr. Natsume guilty.
As I see it, what we need to focus on is the poison and the tea. Let's listen carefully to this testimony again.
Yes.
Can I just press him on what he says again?
Hold it!
See if there's anything new that he says.
Okay, nothing so.
Hold it!
Okay. That means let me look through the court record again. Wait, they don't have it here. The jump thing. Wait, they introduced it at the start of the last game. I didn't. Did they just remove it here? But it was so fun. Or maybe they're only keeping it to the jury. But it's so goofy. I still think about how Inspector Gregson had that fucking moment of just, fighting. He started like strangling one of the fucking witnesses on the side. And you just kind of press it. And then there was also the other moment of him, like, talking with another one of the witnesses behind, I guess behind our backs? Even though they were right there, their backs was like towards us. Wait, is Perfectly able to lock the door after the guests left. Do you have anything to press against that? This seems to be something that I'm just gonna have to think about. Is it the 1:30 thing? If the incident occurred at 1:30, it would have been at 1 AM that he got exactly poisoned. And we know that shouldn't be the case because Mr. 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨 wasn't there. He would have left by 11 PM. Which part of his statement do I press against, though? Takes some time to have an effect on the body. Been perfect, able to lock the door. His arguments still stand. It takes some time to have an effect on the body. Kill over after taking it. Objection! Okay, no, maybe it's this one? Would have been perfect able to lock the door after the guest left. The argument still stand. Objection? Of course he would, because he collapsed at 1:30. I'm confused. This is where my English becomes like the worst thing ever. I don't know which statement is the correct one technically.
Objection!
Oh, maybe. Argument still stands, you say. Think not, Inspector. I'm leaning back on my chair, so I don't know if I sound like further away or not. Let me move my microphone. Laid back voice acting. Actually, there's like no pillow on the back of this chair, so my head kind of hurts leaning back. Should I get like a? Hold on. That'll do. Eh. I just got a jacket and draped it at the back. Usually I have something draped at the back. Come again. I think you'll find that you've overlooked a very significant chronological inconsistency here. What? What are you on about? According to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison at around 1:30 in the morning. And yet, the defendant, Mr. 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨, left the victim's room at 11. Ah! Yes, that's right. There's more than 2 hours of missing time there. In other words, if there was a poison in the tea that Mr. 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨 brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it 2.5 full hours after the defendant left? Oh, they both did the same thing. That's so cute. The defense's argument is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord Van Dykes? Ah, that's not good. Don't throw it. Don't do it. Pray forgive the discourtesy if my mind has wandered. I was considering what cuisine would best complement the contents of my hallowed chalice this luncheon. How could it have happened? You ask. Oh, you broke it. I do hate to shatter illusions. My Nipponese friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea. A phantom? It's so hard to imagine the victim drank his tea after the accused had left. For example, at the time stated in the medical report. Yes, at around 1:30.
Objection!
Oh, is this where the tea ring comes into play? So Natsume brought the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor. And in Japan, there's a well-known saying, drink tea while it's hot!
Objection!
And in my country, there's an even more apt saying. There's nothing more refreshing than cold tea. The point is, if there was such a long gap, there would be other ways to explain how the victim came to be poisoned, other possibilities. So the possibilities, Council. Look at him. Well, for example, the man could have had another visitor. Another visitor? It's a very bold assertion, my learned friend, from someone who has nothing to substantiate it. Or the victim could have taken the poison of his own volition. You suggest this may have been a suicide, Council. Oopsie.
Objection!
Mr. Shamspeare has categorically denied suicide. The idea can and must be discounted. But he could be lying. Oh, the silence is loud. What's wrong, Lord Van Dykes? I was listening to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside the courtroom. Pray forgive the discourse to see. Carriage? What carriage? It would seem that the key player in this case has just arrived. Is it Shamspeare? Out! Out, brief candle! Life's but a walking shadow. A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. What's Shakespearean sound like? Oh god, it's so bright. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Oh, he's so bright. He's been... How do you whitewash a person even more? Who, sir, are you? William Shamspeare, my lord. Alas, was I undone by these bitter events. I am the victim. What's he doing here? Prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. With his testimony, my learned friend's futile resistance will be utterly crushed. You're calling him as a witness? It's time for me to drink my coffee again, because what the fuck? Very well, counsel. I grant your request with interest. I'm curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself. Happy am I, Shamspeare, to regale thee with my tale of woe, my lord.
But I still have my own tale to tell, my own tale of worse woe. I can regale the court with the tale of my perfect innocence and perfect English.
That would do, Mr. Natsume. But the court now hear from the victim. Also, Seki. Excuse me, who are you? Alright, so that's Mr. Shamspeare. But who's the other man beside him?
Yes, I think I feel sure that we've caught a glimpse of that man before.
State your name and occupations for the court, please, witnesses.
A writer of words so sweet that we scent the breeze, an inventor of ideas so profound they compose the earth. The unrivaled poet, the unmatched scribe, William Shakespeare, what a great bard to be recalled to life, and you, lo, what a magnificent man. Good fellows, I am he who ponders such a miracle, William Shamspeare.
Name's Meter Man. Adron? Adron be Meter Man. Why does that pose look so strikingly familiar? Ultimate Gas Company East End Branch Office.
Ah, I remember now. It was yesterday on Raya Road.
Ah, yes, she's right, it's him. We saw him yesterday. But this isn't technically the first time we saw him, this is the second time we've seen him. Do we get to see him run? The animation was kind of funny. Yeah, we get to see it! And then he runs. So goofy. Yes, he spotted him outside Mr. Garradub's house that morning. He's a gas company employee. What does he have to do with this case? So, Mr. William Shamspeare, you are the victim in this miserable affair, correct?
Oh heaven, oh hell, you command me to remember that sweet poison that didst me. Didst me. I don't know how to speak as him. Cross me and cross mine innocent lips. I subpoenaed him for the trial with his doctor's permission, naturally.
Shakespearean. Shakespearean. What does Shakespeare's English sound like? Yes, I'm searching this up. This 7-year-old video isn't cutting to the point fast enough. Shakespeare's dialect. Guys! Surely we have VTuber. Why did I say VTuber? YouTube videos about this. Shit, is that a Shakespearean like VTuber? That'd be kind of funny. Accent training. Shakespeare. I won't be able to speak it, but just like at least put it in my head so that I can like refer back to it. Pronunciation. Accent. I've come to realize listening to a man speak in Shakespearean doesn't particularly help me since my vocal range doesn't fall even remotely close to that. Well, at least it's somewhat in my head. Hearing the testimony of the aggrieved will remove any room for doubt in the juror's mind, I'm sure. Behold... Ah! Excuse me. Behold, you have only to rearrange the letters of my name to see that me's a seraph, an angel indeed. Thus be I noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart, as all heavenly angels be. Because there isn't a less contrived meaning in your name. No, not at all.
Jurors seem to be very moved by this man, I'm afraid. They're actually taking
his seraph anagram idea seriously. Thank you, witnesses, for illuminating introductions. My lord, what's the man next to Mr. shamspeare doing here? The gas man, I mean. What? Me? Well, no. Allow me to enlighten my learned friend. You recall, I presume, your earlier impertinence when you suggested that the victim had another visitor to his room on the night in question, and moreover, that the victim is a compulsive liar. What? No, I didn't say that. Quite say that. This young chin stroker is here to controvert your wild claims conclusively. Is that not so, Mr. Meterman? Hang on, no, I'm just here. I don't know how to do your voice. Hereby call for your formal testimonies. You will tell the court as lucidly as possible what happened on the night in question. One may smile and be a villain. Yes, it doth pain me, but let the truth be spoken. The truth of that wintry night of my discontent. The wintry night of my discontent. The snow lay about, my neighbour did cometh in the evening, bearing a gift of tea. But marry, bitter was his drink, and when he left I did fall prostrate on my table. Whilst the tea alone did pass my lips at late hour, naught else. As outside this Blake's window, freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. No one else visited his room but the short little round-backed Eastern fella. What? Wait, what did you say? You were keeping an eye on Mr. Shamspeare's room all night? That's right. Of course, the bloke's window is all but blocked up, isn't it? There's a little gap at the break so you can see into the room. So I spent the night trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I peered in through that. What? The question is, sir, why? I don't know what to do in your voice. Well, now that's because he's on my list. What a piece of work is a man! Wherefore wouldst thou not stare in wonderment? What are you talking about? This buzzing busybody hath not part in this play. I pray thee pay him no heed, make no more ado about his tedious words. What'd you say about me? Calm yourselves. This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question, nothing more. Indeed, that is so. And as the testimony we have just heard clearly reveals, there was no one other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out this crime. Well, I believe this may be the final testimony of the trial. Now, counsel, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
His gems are so mismatched, it annoys me. I kind of get that's the point because he's so flamboyant. Like, that's the entirety of his design, but it's still annoying. To be clear, by neighbor you are referring to the defendant, Mr. Natsume. Like, look at it. the colors aren't the same. Like symmetrically. Well, not all of them. The shapes too are also not symmetrical, but like one of them again is annoying. Hold on, where's the word? That's the button. A fail actor, right? Oh, indeed, sire. Perchance thou wouldst that I call him the man from upstairs. And what time did the mustachioed? Like pistachio? Mustachioed Nipponese visit you in the room. In the room? In your room! In our room? A meeting was promised for the hour of 9, and lo, did he come to tender a gift of fragrant tea. Details which are in accordance with the defendant's own testimony, yes. And we were embroiled in such a literary debate as history hath not seen before. By which I presume he means a discussion about who was the stronger, Romeo or Juliet. I shamspeare did part the play of young Romeo, whilst my neighbour played the fair Juliet. Each of us dressed as would our characters be to bring weight upon our merry experiment. Dare not imagine the scene. Realty, thy name is woman. Canst thou imagine how dismayed I was? Yes, I heard of the eastern art of jiu-jitsu, but neither I dreamed toward be a skill practiced by the comely maiden. Juliet beat Romeo up. That's not helping our case. Wait, Natsume actually just fucked up Shamspeare? I kinda wish we could see that in action. That's kind of funny.
Like, yeah, Juliet will win! I'll fuck you up! Like...
Well, he'll say that in better English, of like appropriate, like, English. That was my Australian way of saying it. I believe the court has heard enough about your earth-shattering literary debate. Perhaps you could reiterate your statement about the tea that the accused brought to your room.
My liege, I am thy servant. Gladly I will do thy bidding.
Shamspeare is so dramatic. He is! I always forget which button it is to click. I'm still getting used to controller. Here, jeez, excuse me, hold on, let me drink. Let me stop you there! Mr. Natsume left your room at 11 o'clock, but it wasn't until after 2 that the poison made you collapse. That amounts to more than 3 hours of missing time. What is he doing? Look at him! He's so silly! Someone motion captured this! Like, look at all these little movements! Someone had to do this little dance! Look at him! If the defendant had really put the poison into your tea, that 3-hour window of time is something you're going to have to explain.
Gladly. It's an easy toss.
What?
I did drink of the tea not well, my guest did tarry, but after he took leave of me. Fate was stone cold, but at 1 hour past post midnight, rarely were my lips parched.
That doesn't sound normal.
Nay, 'tis quite ordinary, sire, after all. Thou wouldst recall our fiery debate. Amidst such argument, there'd be no time for fiery tea.
What is his animation?
Romeo and Juliet again, and who was stronger? Mr. Shamspeare, in summary, allow me to confirm. Did you not come here with the intention of naming your attacker? But of course, my liege.
'Twas stooped lover of words did attempt to shuffle me off this mortal coil. Ugh. We don't know what that means.
Hold it!
Did people paint their nails back there? Like when, hold on. If I remember correctly, nails getting first done was actually... First made. Okay, well, to be fair, probably, okay. Nail polish was like ages ago, but for it to like be common in like the West. Because I'm sure back many thousands of years ago they would have. 3000 BC in ancient China. It's like when we ever see first, like, nail polish first dated, but like, when did... '1930s? The reason why I'm searching this because I feel like Shamspeare is the type to like paint his nails. In 1920, a makeup artist wanted to create a glossy nail lacquer. Huh. And they're the one that started up Revlon. Oh, I see. It's probably when it first started getting really popular. Okay, I'm gonna close the site now because it's light mode and the white has quite literally blinded my eyes. Hello, Stale! Stale Burger is a very interesting game. Welcome to the stream, how are you today? You caught me up in while I was trying to search up nail polish history. Boogie Shamspeare? I love that he has so many different animations of him just being goofy as fuck. He's probably the only one with those like exclusive animations, huh? Like I was still trying to get used to like Edward Benedict from the last game with his like JoJo poses. But like Shamspeare has so many like moving animation that lasts for at least like over 2 to 3 seconds. You don't have any kind of evening meal, dinner, supper. Huh? Fie on luxury, fie on gluttony. To eat thrice daily is but a waste of time. Sorry? I would that my belly were full no more oft than the sun doth rise. What is this? What is the animation? I click like out of instinct to like progress the dialogue, but look at him. He's so goofy. Well, most heroic eating habits, I must say. Look at him! There's no other character that's gonna ever need this animation, like... Night and day do I fill my hours with learned study of the great bard and playwright. Hence is it that there doth not in my chamber be the costumes of mine art. I'm sorry. That would appear to be the case, as even a rodent was found starved to death in your room. There was? Oh no!
Now I think of it, it's not just food that was conspicuously missing from that room, is it? I don't recall seeing a single play or script anywhere.
For I have devoured them all. You've eaten them?
Every word be within my skull. Dost thou imagine otherwise?
Right. I wasn't misleading at all. Now, could you turn around, do you think?
Which brings us to the conclusion that the only way the poison could have passed the victim's lips is in the tube.
This is not going well. Random person you have met. Now the interesting name. Hello, welcome to the stream. How are you? I'll probably just shorten your name to random. Sorry. Everyone on YouTube has such interesting names. I mean, to be fair, like before I made the miyuu channel, my YouTube name was also just as questionable. My personal YouTube that I've been using to like watch stuff for years now already. I mean, that's the fun bit, no? Getting the streamer or like another person to try and pronounce your usernames.
Hold it!
The windows of that house have all been filled in. Historical artifact of the now defunct window tax.
Yeah, you're right. They're all bricked up horribly.
I don't know what to do with your voice. Because he says sometimes, but then like look at it.
But as it happens, there's a little part of the brickwork at the bottom corner that's been opened up. Also getting through that gap.
Yes, there are a few bricks loose, aren't there?
For some reason, a couple of bars of soap lined up on the ledge outside as well.
I like going around poking my chin in other people's business, especially on freezing cold nights. But them's my orders, so that's what I'll keep doing, as long as there's breath in my body.
What's with all the theatricals today?
Out of interest, Mr. Meter Man, after the accused had left and returned to his lodgings, did you see the victim leave the room at all? No, he never left. He was in that room the whole time, as far as I'm concerned. And we can therefore discount the possibility of suicide.
How can you be sure of that?
The police carried out a thorough investigation of the scene and found no receptacle of the poison. And since we know the victim didn't leave his room and hence didn't dispose of the poison's container himself, it's clear that this was no attempted suicide. Only the culprit could have removed the receptacle. Sorry.
Oh yes, loosely explained, counsel, thank you. It really was, you can't argue with that logic.
Hold it!
Are we gonna get a new statement? I feel like we can't really press anything. Well, like present anything against. You say a short little round black? Sorry. Backed Eastern fella. So you can't be sure it was the defendant then.
Objection!
How many other short little round-backed Nipponese with a mustache do you think there are in London? Well, of course, it's only a narrow gap, and it was quite dark, so I didn't notice the mustache. But he showed up at around 9, so I'm pretty sure myself.
The person you saw arrive, did he and Mr. 𝐢𝐴 drink tea together?
Nah, sorry. Couldn't say.
Why not?
Because I couldn't see into the room all that well, could I? What I did see was the silhouette of that little round-backed fella wearing a pretty dress.
Oh, because he would have been cosplaying as Juliet.
The pair of them started some kind of wrestling match. I tell you, I didn't know what to make of it.
Suppose that was the Romeo and Juliet championship battle getting underway.
Mr. Meter Man, allow me to confirm one final time. Apart from the accused, can you state with certainty that no one else visited the victim on the night in question?
No question. Gasman's honor. I clicked. Hold on. Oh! Soseki? Oh wait, no! Oh, of course. They're gonna do the fucking thing. Ah! My lord! My lord! My lord! God. There's too many different voices. Good as me? Yes, Mr. Foreman. Kept my mouth shut and listened up to now, but this has gone on long enough. Are you all with me? Yes. We to understand that you ladies and gentlemen of the jury are in agreement with one another. That you've reached a unanimous decision. You right we have? Are you all with me? Yes. Wait, no. The defense is in the middle of a cross-examination. To be honest, I was holding out a bit of hope for you, young man. Especially after you identified those few hours that followed the accused leaving the victim's room.
Yes, the 3 missing hours, as you put it.
But in the end, what difference do they make? None as far as I can see.
Since that's now apparent, there's really no reason to delay our decision any longer.
Like I was saying before, if I don't take 5 bob home with me tonight, the missus will blow her top.
Huh? What's that? Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said.
That kinda hurt.
Very well, let the court be apprised of your decisions.
No, thank you. You don't need to do that. Thank you.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Wait, haven't we heard her voice before? Did she get a voice reused? All of you? Well, it appears that the jury is indeed unanimous. So this time at least it seems justice will be done. All's well that ends well, as they say. This calls for a toast, I feel. To the guilty being punished. Get up!
Get up, Miss Naruto, please. The trial isn't over yet.
What do you mean, Mrs. Sato? Summation, examination, I understand, but we must go through the tutorial again in this game. Excuse us while we do this.
What about the information I found in this encyclopedia of British law I have? That obscure right that belongs to the defense in these situations. Remember?
Get up! Summation, examination. Yes, that's right. We don't have a jury in Japanese courts, of course. Here in British court of law, if we can reverse the decisions of a majority of the juries, we can force the trial to continue. Get up! This trial can't end now. Whatever it takes, I just can't let that happen. The defense moves to invoke its right to a summation examination, my lord. Why am I not surprised at my learned Japanese friend's inability to admit defeat? You choose to cling desperately to some archaic rule you barely comprehend instead of accepting the truth. Certainly no other defense counselor in recent times has exercised the right to a summation examination. Because they all know that once the jury's mind is set, it cannot be altered. Nevertheless, the right remains and must be upheld. The defense counsel's request is granted. This court will proceed with summation examinations as outlined in the Encyclopedia of British Law. Thank you, my lord! Are you and your fellows prepared, Mr. Foreman? Believe me, my lord, we all know about this young lad's tendency. Tenacity, sorry. Of course you guys know! We had you apparently in the last trial! The same fucking people! Even though it's supposed to be random, but you brought the same people to judge against the fucking poor Japanese man. Very well, in that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby call upon each of you the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of the crime for which he stands accused. Alright, tutorial boys. Serious contentions. So we get a statement from everyone and we can press their statement later, but it's a statement from everyone and we try and pin them essentially against each other to see if we can find an opening and change their minds on the verdict. The victim may not be well off, but he's a nobleman and straight up, there's no reason to doubt the man.
Well, I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid.
Look at that accused by comparison. He's Japanese, stoops all the while, and has a mustache, very fishy.
There's no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a fraudsman. For now, at least.
What? I really don't care, like, I just need this trial to end quickly. Poor guy getting called twice in 1 week when he should be off working to fucking feed his family. He must hate the courtroom. Check me too. 3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know, nothing at all. Oh, sorry.
Nothing at all.
Knew it!
Every single one of them seems completely convinced. It would seem that all the juries, I've come to the conclusion that Mr. Shamspeare is a fine, upstanding, and honest citizen.
If you ask me, they've all been bewitched by his strange theatrical movements.
And sadly, nothing Miss 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨 has said appears to have registered at all.
Well, there goes. Let's not forget. Clear with your behalf before it worked, so you never know.
Might be an idea for me to remind you exactly how summation examination works, Mr. Nalgor.
No, I don't remember what to do. You don't need to tell me, it's fine. It's fine, we can learn on the go, don't worry. I appreciate the hand holding. No. No. Thank you for the kind offer, Mr. Sato, but I've been through plenty of these summation examinations already now.
I think it's important that we don't delay the start any longer than necessary. Of course, I understand. I'm quite sure you're right. If you're confused by anything at any point, you can turn to me for advice whenever you like. I'll be here for you.
Thank you, Susaito. Listen carefully to each jury statement. Why are you still going through it when I asked for no tutorial? Stop! Go! Go! Let's go. We're just gonna press them as normal. Like, the gameplay doesn't change that much, okay? It's fine. Oh my god, we can see him in the back. His mouth is, like... What? Always open. Press should still be the same button.
Hold it!
Well, there are plenty of people in London who seem noble but poor. Couldn't some of them also be liars?
No doubt about it. Like that shaky client of yours, for example. Absolutely not. Mr. 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨 is no liar. Look, point is, the only thing that passed the victim's lips that night was the Japanese man's tea. If you take the gas man's testimony into account as well, the truth couldn't be any clearer. It's alarmingly logical. Let me be frank here, I'm a gentleman with a gentleman's values. If it turns out that the old man Shakespearean chum is rotten liars after all, I'll gladly change my decision about the defendant. I'm sure my fellow gentlemen on the jury will do the same, isn't that right? Well, yes, perhaps. I don't see it happening.
What's that? Early Jen on the end here, you know, you'll have to speak up!
I don't care about all this nonsense, I just need this trial to be over. How many gentlemen do we actually have on the jury then? Then they're just men. Don't worry. Just mans. Singular. Alright, sir, I may hold you to that. Don't forget what you said. We might use him... Why didn't it go to the next one? That was weird.
Hold it!
That other lady. That other lady that seems to, like, suss out shamspeare. Maybe she has, like, a testimony that we can use to press with. Are you saying you believe the man to be trustworthy because he's rather splendid?
No, that's not what I said. The point is, the man is the victim here. What reason would he have to lie? And yet, he is rather splendid.
So you say, yet again?
Meanwhile, the man who stands accused behaves so suspiciously, it's exhausting to look at him. I'm afraid he's not splendid at all. Splendid logic there, madam. Thank you so much.
Hold it!
No. Not one of those things is a reason to find the man guilty. But he is fishy. There's no point dancing around the fact. He's Japanese, he has a mustache, and he stoops. You see, you arrive at the conclusion in just 3 steps. 3 steps like a waltz, in fact. No, one of them was racism, straight up. You know, the more I think about it, the more this trial seems like a dance. You seem to be several steps ahead of yourself, though, and you're on the wrong foot. No, there's nothing but circumstantial evidence here. There's no actual proof of the defendant's guilt. But the victim's version of events is backed up by what the big chinned man next to him says, isn't it? 1, he saw the Japanese man there. 2, he saw no one else. And 3, he saw the Japanese man there. Oh, that's another 3 steps. All this really does seem more and more like a waltz, doesn't it? Right. Prosecution will waltz its way to victory if I let you speak much more. Let's see what she has to say.
Hold it!
A fraudsman? What do you mean by that, madam? It really is a most tiresome problem for the company, most irritating. We can be absolutely certain that a customer is stealing from us, but without hard evidence. We can't even threaten to take action for fear of being sued. I'm sorry, you've lost me a little there. Who are you? I'm the wife of August Altamont, owner of the Altamont Gas Company. Gracious! Altamont Gas, you say? Gas is the future of energy in this country and around the globe. Proper handling is essential. As I'm sure Ampli from the East End branch office would be first to agree. Absolutely, Lady Quimby! Gotta be used properly. Ultimate gas is the best in the world, of course. I think we may have solved the mystery of how the bow from earlier is in the hodo. Right, he bowed in deference to his employer's wife, did he? Ah, so would I be right in assuming that the reason Mr. Meadham was watching what Mr. Shamspeare was up... Oopsie, I clicked by accident. Was up in his room. I'm afraid there's no end to the lengths the population of the East End will go in order to steal our gas. So I really have no choice when the company identifies someone as a possible fraudsman. But to dispatch a worker to watch the suspect day and night, we're very thorough in our investigations. To me, Mr. Shamspeare is... I wouldn't come out and say it in public. But you can finish that sentence with a grubby little gas thief. You have noticed the public gallery in here, have you? The eye of a man hath not heard, the ear of a man hath not seen. Faith, wouldst thou wounded me with thy words, were I to let them penetrate the skin. The service here not insults, only choirs of angels and song. We may not have evidence yet, but my workers won't stop buzzing around you until they find it. And when they do, you will find yourself blasted back to your angelic heights in the ultimate gas explosion. So Mr. Shamspeare has been stealing gas. I wonder, jury number 4, if you wouldn't mind adding that information to your statement. My pleasure. Was it the bit about ripping that thief apart you enjoyed? A little before the part about abject violence, if it's not too much trouble. Yes, of course. This could be it. This could be the shift. This could shift the balance. Violence! Violence! We're gonna press the other two before we pit those two.
Hold it!
Hold on, my allergies is acting the fuck up again. I hate spring! Say it with me now, everyone! 1, 2, 3, hot spring! You could say that a little bit more quietly. Oh, hello, Miss Grin. Wait. How do I pronounce your username? That's 3 times in a row now. I'm not too sure. Have I asked you that before? Granted, it has been like months since like the Metal Gear. So maybe I did ask, but it's been so long that I've forgotten. The Aussie... What? Dude, lag? Oh, Tuesday, Wednesday lag is back. Is it? Oh, I think there is a little bit of a delay, but... My bitrate seems to be fine, but I think there is just a little bit of like... I guess... Okay, never mind. Yeah, there is a little bit of a lag. I'm looking at the stream now. Oh, goodness. I apologize. I think. The stream is slowly trying to catch up in itself, but it's very steady at the moment. Oh my nose. I put it up as a chat message. I think so. I hadn't even noticed. I think it's because I accidentally minimized my YouTube studio. Also, hello Leon! You're doing great. Yes, I'm doing great. Well, aside from the hay fever. I'm doing great today. I hope you're doing great as well. I'm going to just pin up the message. A message in chat about possible delays. Kangaroos, boys. I'm so indecisive on which like YouTube emote to use. There you go. Hey. Hopefully it fixes itself soon, but it seems to be quite an inconsistent like delay. So if there is some like buffering and whatnot, I apologize, y'all. Alright. Okay, I hope the medication hits in soon. I'll just keep drinking my coffee. Hey. Hold on. Where are we? What's this statement again? X. She needs this trial to end quickly. You keep talking about needing to take home some money. What's this all about, sir? Finished last, that's what it's about. What's that? Talking about the derby at Hyde Park, aren't I? It was the Queen's Cup last week, wasn't it? A derby? It was a dead cert, that's the thing. I couldn't lose. I took my wife's secret savings. But then the hopeless old mare went and did the unthinkable. That stupid finished lass. Oh dear. I think it's clear what happened, isn't it? This is the day the missus uses her savings for a trip down the pub. So come on, let this business lie now. Just give it up. You're horrible, dude. No, that's not going to happen.
Hold it!
I can't... steal your wife's savings to gamble. That's the worst kind of husband. Well, I mean, I guess they're in this like a level of apparently she's quite abusive, but then he knows how to dodge it now. But then he's also gone and done. You know, this is quite toxic. Let's move on. What do you really mean by that, sir? I'm not lying. There's like this bit of me that wants to like commit to the old man voice, but I know that's going to kill my throat. I'll do it for just this one.
Well, not one to boast.
I had your old bevel, hold on.
But I get up at 5 every morning, I do.
At 5? You're really early riser then, aren't you?
Huh? What's that now?
I said you're an early riser!
Oh, well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I like to while away the hours in the evening reading books as well. But by 2 in the morning, I'm usually too tired to go on.
He sleeps at 2 in the morning and gets up at 5? Oh my, that means you're on his 3 hours of sleep each night.
Oh my god, that sounds like my sleep schedule. Except, I sleep at like 5 and then have to wake up at 8. Wait, is?
Huh? What's that, dear?
Only 3 hours of sleep each night?
That's right. You see, 3 hours of missing time. Like I said, it's not much, is it?
This really isn't helping. Right? Animation examination, identify contradictions. This is hold on tutorial. No. I just need to press the lady statement again. I just wish you did, if you're unable to do that, let's just declare the trial over, move to education. I can't let that happen. 1, 2, 3, 4, violence! That's a bold claim. How can you be so sure? Wait, did I even read what she said before? What's her updated statement?
The victim puts on a fine performance, but in reality, he's a common thief of my company's gas.
That's a bold claim.
It's really very simple. Noble lady of gas, I pray thee, hold thy tongue. I beg your pardon? Hast that rank our ordered ere that doth our darkness illuminate? What the fuck are you saying? I must become a Shakespearean expert for me to play as this man. Illuminate any place in this assembly. Nay, 'tis of sole import here that someone would extinguish the light of mine own life. Verily, I ne'er recall stealing thy gas, but pray let the matter rest till anon. Oh, you little...
Beg your pardon, my lady, but I might suggest you don't say anything anymore at this stage. We need hard evidence first. If I keep secretly watching this bloke, I'll get to him in the end, he'll slip up.
Do you think maybe that secret's out of the bag?
It's so frustrating.
Hey. This one? Can it be either of these two? Both of you have like the same kind of statements though, so I feel like if you press either, maybe all 3 of these will be able to— oh wait, no, we need 4 verdicts though. We need 4 of them to change to not guilty, and then we can proceed with the trial. Well, actually, we don't lose HP from this, I don't think. I can just try. 2 statements clearly contradict each other. Did I get it wrong? Jury number 1? What are you yelling about, lad? Oh no, maybe? Resume you've heard jury number 4 statement made by the wife of the owner of Ultimate Park. Ultimate Park. Yes! High Park is still in my brain. The little Irishman is forever prominent. He's a trauma now. The victim, who you claim to be a noble, straight-up man, in fact turns out to be a common thief. So the good lady says, but there's no evidence, is there? You and I both heard them say as much. It's true, we don't have any evidence as such, just yet. The claims aren't baseless, you know. What? You heard me, seeing as his operation has already been compromised. I would suggest that the court hears testimony from our East End branch office employee over there. Do whatever you say, my lady. Gas order. Every time he bows, his voice changes. I give him a different voice. There's a part that's like, no, try, you can do it, and the other part that's just like, give up, don't, stop. just leave it be. Just let it be the one character that you just can't give a fuck about. Jury number 1, you say you're a man of your word. If I could show that Mr. Shamspeare was a lie, you assured me that you would reconsider your decision about the defendant's guilt. Yes, I did say that. And as a man of honor, I'll hold to it. As I'm sure you're the gentleman the jury will. Me? Oh, well, yes. Now that we found out the man's a liar, perhaps we ought to consider the matter further. Oh, wait, all the gentlemen? Like, real?
If I'm perfectly honest, I haven't heard of what you've been saying. So if this means you recap a few points, that would tip me down to the ground. Ah, what did you say? I can hear you over the car noise in the back!
Not having any part of this, or this trial over and done with. In that case, I shall change my leaning. If that is your real name, we have the jury demand to know exactly what kind of man you really are. Poor jury number 5, he just wants to get the fuck out of here. He has a wife that he doesn't want to get killed by in a few hours. That's 4 juries. 4 if we're not guilty.
Yes, Mr. Naruto. Victory!
Has the stream finally caught up again? Who's the sassy bee lady? The sassy bee lady is currently helping our case. She seems to be a very prominent woman, that might be helpful in us, like, what, getting through this case? Because currently, what, Shamspeare is the one that indicted. Yeah, Miss Natsume. He's under the conclusion that Mr. Natsume was the one that tried to poison him. So we gotta try and deal with Shamspeare, I think, before we find out who actually poisoned him. Bad news, I really can't have time for anything lately. I won't be around as I used to. That's completely fine, Leon. I appreciate you just being able to drop by, man. Like, all good, all good. Watching Matilda. There is a slight delay. Yeah, I think it's still ongoing. It's that Tuesday luck. It is what it is. You speak louder. The vacuum is too loud. That's your fault. What do you mean, vacuum? What vacuum? The vacuum of, like, what? The car noises in the back? It's not my aircon, because I've turned off my aircon. Is the game too loud? How are your motion issues? They're good. They're fine. I'm currently fine. I'm more recovering from the fact that I had to, like, be outside in the heat the entirety of yesterday, so Like, it's more like my body is tired from like going out. Like I'm used, you know, I work full days, but like going outside and like walking and whatnot. Reminder, I guess, I'm a hermit. Like I don't leave my room. Physical exhaustion. That was the word I was trying to think of. So my motion sickness is fine. Usually after a good night's rest, my motion sickness gets better. And I completely recover from it. But so far, I'm still just trying to recover from walking around so much. Bro, this bunny really should get some exercise into her daily routine. I'm so unfit now. I used to be really active during school is the weird thing. Not like insanely active, but I used to do a lot of like walking out. Just like I tanned a lot. You guys don't know, Australian sun is very, very fucking deadly. Like the sunscreen that we have here is like good shit because the skin cancer that we get from the fucking sun is like bad. So I used to tan like very, very badly. I always find myself in the sun just running about. Not anymore. Good news is I don't have tan lines anymore. That was like the only gripe that I had against the tan. But now I'm so damn pale that I found myself even like more pale than what, like my relatives. I mean, if you guys don't know, what East Asians have like a thing with wanting to be as light skinned as possible, which is I'll just say now very weird. But it's something that I've had to find myself growing up listening to. But the fact that I'm lighter than them is like it says a lot to how much I've been inside for these past few years. Okay, to be fair, right? 2020 incident, right? Everyone found themselves inside, right? In my defense. In my defense. It was quite extraordinary, I must say. As a result of the defense's summation examination, the jury's leaning has changed. I can't wait for Van Zykes to cuss out the jury again. Only 2 juries say guilty, whilst 4 say not guilty. I therefore declare this court to be in a state of disaccord and order the trial to continue. Look at him, he's pissed. Don't throw it, don't throw it! Ah! You have spoiled the banquet, Mr. Shamspeare. It's a different pose once again. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury now find they are unable to trust you, the victim. Never mind, I forgot. That's the hear no, see no, even like thing. But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. So God mend me, I do swear. This gas man speaketh that which concerns him most, naught but gas, naught but thin air. Aye, it burneth bright a while, but it hath no substance, and it doth reek foul. Oi! What did you say? Do I take it, Mr. Shamspeare, that you deny the allegations of gas thievery? Most heartedly, my lord. Hast thou forgot? I am as a seraph, an angel. Noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily, honest of heart. Oh, you flowery mouthed pompous beanpole, just because I haven't got the evidence yet. Mr. Shamspeare, if in fact you are not of noble mind, sweet of nature, or honest of heart, if you are a liar, not very demure as the trend, the way of saying it would be, then your testimony should have no sway in this courtroom. It is my considered opinion that at the present time, no other possible culprit of this crime has been identified. What testimony heard by the court thus far heavily implicates the defendant. In short, it would not be unreasonable at this stage for me to rule on the case.
No.
However, in light of the fact that the jury has expressed concern about the fidelity of this witness, I believe it would be inappropriate for this court not to pursue the point further.
Objection.
I assure you, my lord, that would be a waste of the court's time. The gas in this case are unrelated. Jury number 4!
Didn't you say before that although you had no hard evidence to prove this man has been stealing gas, you have strong grounds for suspecting him?
That's right, we do. Don't we, worker? Absolutely, Lady Quinby. Gasman's honor. It's Joe Biden. What was that in reference to? Was that when I was like doing the old man voice? Jury number 6, old man voice. Vacuum sound on there and... Oh! That's why... Okay. I took your sentence too literally. That's what you meant by, in brackets, deaf your fault. That was... Socket... Ah. Just... just go outside, man. Go outside until the vacuum is done, for real. Or... Wait, actually, is my stream loud enough? Because I do find that when I, like, play back my own streams, it's always inconsistent through all of the streams that I try to, like, I have to edit through. So when I do make my shorts, I do have to, you know, listen. Some of them are really loud and sometimes... Oh, no, okay, not really loud, I'm exaggerating. Some of them are, like, a lot louder, while the others aren't as loud. Like, is the volume of the stream fine? Like, am I leaving it at a decent volume? Because I don't want to be too loud, obviously. But if you do max volume my stream and it's still not like loud enough on what would be a loud stream? Am I not doing my settings correctly? Because even if I can like check through my own thing, I feel like I still kind of can't tell if I'm leaving it at the correct volume. I can't. Oh, I'm vacuuming. Oh fuck. Wait, why are you playing the stream then? Why are you vacuuming? Go vacuum. just focus on cleaning. You don't need to have something in the background because vacuums are just naturally loud. Oh, you know those like self-cleaning vacuums? Have you seen the self-cleaning little like the Roombas? That's what it's called, right? Some of them you can like play like a voice clip or something. I saw someone do it for like an anime character, like themed anime character, and they just say a bunch of things and say like cleaning the house. Your own little miyuu Roomba. I'll just say now, that's gonna be like the worst thing in the house. It would just be a lot of like Australian cussing. Like the little machine just hits the wall and you just hear loud fuck. Your streams are very quiet until you screech. Yeah, that's also kind of the other thing, since I don't have a volume knob for when I do scream. I want to make sure my streams aren't like too loud, so they're like slightly below average like volume. Because I feel bad for jump scaring some of you guys, but I know that that doesn't really help in the end. I'm someone that mumbles. Like I have no in between. I'm either like very normal oh, yeah, normal volume, and then it just like peaks. I just go loud as possible. I feel like it doesn't go into the in-betweens. Other streamers are more loud. I assume so. They have better control of how of when to scream and whatnot. Maybe one day, guys, me will get the hang of it. At work, I'm doing the annual dust cleanup with the garden, sofa set, room. Oh god, yeah. Oh man, actually, now that you say that, technically it would be like spring cleaning over here. Or like the cleanup before Christmas, anyways. Christmas rush. I say that, and every time I think about that, I have to come to the conclusion. No conclusion. Come to the word was in my head, and then I chose a different word. This is how my brain works. I gotta accept the fact that November is literally starting. What? Today's the 29th? Literally starts in like 3 days. What the heck, dude? Your testimony will tell the court precisely why you believe the victim, Mr. William Shamspeare, has been stealing gas. Yes, my lord, will be my pleasure. On the ultimate gas name, I swear. If I may, my lord. Go ahead, madam. This worker's testimony may have a significant bearing on the good name of my husband's company. Therefore, I should like to take the stand alongside him in a supervisory role, if you wouldn't mind. Wahoo! Yo, yes, with us, honey! Yeah! What the fuck is he saying? Is he cheering? Very well, as an exception, I shall honor your request. Thank you, my lord. Wait till the boss gives you an earful or it's gonna sting you, mark my words. But testify before the court on the subject of the illegal consumption of the ultimate gas company's fuel. Yes, is that clear, my good man? Clear as ultimate gas, my lady. Which is the clearest in the world. Anytime the camera goes to do that, just fucking William Shamspeare. Like, pretty sure he's in like his default little smile, right? He's like a little jump scare. Like when you go to turn your head quickly or something and then like you notice like a face all of a sudden. So scary. And then gas has gone to his head, Mr. Sato.
I think the man is just a very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruto.
Oh, there she is. She's standing up here. Wow, who'd have thought the one person that we never met as a juror is now here at the witness stand. Miss Natsume, I know you said it yourself on multiple occasions now, but you really are cursed. Ultimate Gas Company's investigation. Is this the bit where the game maybe finally introduces the sudden jump scare sound? Will we finally get that tutorial? Is that even implemented in the game? It'd be such a waste if they didn't. It's such an interesting mechanic. Like, I mean, kind of annoying, but like pressing through everything again, it's quite fun. Better be the company's East End branch investigator and meter money collection agent. Ultimate gas meters accept 3 bits, each coin giving customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas.
And yet the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room didn't have a single coin in it. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though, and the collection agent has the only key. Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny! If that's not thieving, what is? This is not good. Like, I don't think we're getting anything from this. Pray forgive the discordancy. The irrelevance of this testimony caused me to turn to my hallowed chalice. What do you mean by the remark, Lord Van Zyx? The mustachioed Nipponese poisoned the gangling excuse for an actor, or didn't he? That is all that should concern this court. And yet now we must listen to this abhorrence.
Number 2 glass, 3 glasses technically he's broken today. 2 into the flame though.
Clearly what separates the vast British Empire and your Eastern Island nation is more than geographical distance. But this could turn out to be a crucial testimony. The cross-examination must go ahead.
Oh god, that's another one, Rakan!
I was gonna say, when is he gonna throw his bottle? Because that's the one that he does the least. But he's done a double kill. He's done a little combo now.
Do what you will.
Lord Van Zyx appears to be in a violent mood.
Yes, he does. So that's 4 things he's broken today. An attempted poisoning and an incident of gas theft with no supporting evidence. It's true that they would appear completely unrelated at first glance, but I wonder, the truth tends to be buried in the most unusual places. The first step to uncovering it will be to establish just who and what this man really is. Halloween is nearby. Oh yeah, true. I kept hearing many people having like Halloween parties. For once, I don't have to attend a Halloween party, which I'm kind of okay with, to be honest. I'm more content with that. I don't know if I'm particularly up for the challenge of getting into a costume. I'll be honest. It's just too much work, and it's too much money because it's a one-time costume. My closet isn't that big. The last thing I want is what articles of clothing that I'll find myself never wearing again because it's not usually a part of my wardrobe. But this also means that I wonder if the candy reminded me of something. I'll have to think about that later. Press. Does that mean you enter people's houses in order to empty their gas meters? That I do. I have to try catch people when they're in, then I ask permission to come inside and do my business. Does that mean you've been to Mr. Natsume's room before as well as that of Mr. Shamspeare's? Well now, interesting you should bring that up, because I couldn't believe how little money was in his meter. I mean, how the pair of them survived the winter is beyond me, it really is. Skill issue! There's a skill diff right there. Knowing Mr. Natsume, he probably spends all his gas money on books. And then when he's finished reading them, he probably burns them for warmth. Kindly reiterate your statement about the gas meters themselves, Mr. Meterman. Not much to say, really, but as you wish. Yeah?
Hold it!
Through Penny? A Penny? So all London houses that have a gas supply are fitted with these gas meters, are they? They are the latest model, the height of technology, developed by our company Ultimate Gas. And anyone who uses our gas will have one of these meters in their property, yes. So if a 3p coin gives 2 hours of gas, most people would use about 3 coins in a night? A bit more than that, usually, if they have both gas lights and a gas stove, that is. Thinking about it, Soseki-san doesn't have fireplaces in that room of his, does he? In this game, we've never actually been to his room, though. I mean, I still remember what it looks like. I remember because Miss Sholmes was sitting on the books.
Some people still choose to use candles, of course, and only have gas for heating. Ah, yes. I do remember seeing candles in Miss Natsume's room, actually.
So how does the money in the meter get back to you at the gas company? Every 3 days, a gasman like me visit properties on the gas supply and empty the meters of coins.
Must say, the design and manufacture of the new meter cost the company an awful lot of money. But happily, it did put a stop to people not paying their dues, for the most part.
Ah, because they have to pay in advance, you mean?
Yes, exactly right.
This photo is probably gonna be... Is this photo probably gonna talk about the gas meter, no? I feel like this photo is, like, ultimately useless. It's either gonna be something very small and specific that we have to, like, lean back to, or this photo is literally here just for reference, which I think is stupid. But this is how a trial's supposed to go. You're supposed to have a photograph of the crime scene. It's fine. Fine. Just thinking like an ace attorney, okay? How else am I supposed to clear the game? Out of interest, how long has this been going on? Weeks and weeks! He's been pinching gas off us for ages! You've examined the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room, I take it.
Naturally. I took it off the wall and went over it with a fine-tooth comb.
Found nothing suspicious at all, I presume?
No, I'm afraid we didn't. Which is exactly why I demanded a new type of meter to be produced. One with an indestructible lock. The Shamspeare Special.
That sounds like it would have cost an awful lot of 3 penny pieces.
But even after all that, the rascal's meter was still empty.
Forget the humiliation! When I opened up the money box and found it bare. You what? I said you what? The look of his face, that smarmy smile of his. Huh. Pulled the meter straight off the wall and took it back to the office. You know what? Nothing! What is he doing? What is this? No trace of it being jammed open anywhere, not a single sign. That's what's happening to my salary as a result? Down by 3 shillings a day, that's what. Life-threatening situation in a number of ways. Incidentally, what became of the meter? Nothing. Because of it, I've still got it. Oh? Right here. Why did they call you meter men? You're going to be prudent for the court to sequester this item while the trial is ongoing.
Gas meter, a meter that dispenses gas for a set time after a coin is inserted. It sports a very strong lock, developed specially with Mrs. Shamspeare in mind.
Definitely, although at first glance there doesn't appear to be anything unusual about it. No, what's unusual is that you have his gas meter. How?
Let's move this along, shall we? Continue with your testimony. Though I would say it was as much value as the contents of that meter.
Oof!
There's only one key for all of your meters? Well, and true, there's another key in the company vault at our main office. But even if someone had somehow managed to get hold of a key, we'd know if the coin box had been opened.
How?
I came up with a rather clever way to expose any little shenanigans as it happens.
Would you care to explain? Well, now in order to empty a meter, you have to unlock the padlock and remove the cover. When I close the cover again, I stick a little beeswax seal on it, you see. Oh! That's what the green thing is!
seal, like the sort you would put on an envelope.
Moving on.
Like the sort you put on an envelope, you mean?
Something like that, yes! Basically, you can't remove the cover again without breaking the seal.
Now, in the case of Mr. Shamspeare's meter, there were no coins inside at all, as I said.
The seal hadn't been broken either. That only Mr. Shamspeare somehow managed to steal coins from inside the meter without opening it.
It would seem so, but that would be impossible.
We'll think about that. We'll see about that.
How do you know that he's been using gas, though?
Well, now, since I started investigating this bloke, I've been to his room more than a few times. And on every single occasion, his lamps have been blazing and his stove pounding. It's the middle of winter and he still turns to me, sweat dripping down his cheeks, and says,
"Get thee to a nunnery."
Hamlet indeed. I could wring the bloke's neck. I get all hot under the collar, but still, every time I open up that flaming meter, it's empty. He's rubbing me on my salary too. What's wrong with the world? Where's the justice? How can Mr. Shamspeare possibly be stealing the money? I don't understand. The bloke's explanation is right before your eyes. Oh, I adjust my seat so that I can crack my back. Oh my god. What? Toast to you eventually realizing that the gasman could be an accomplice. You know what? Sorry, I just had to do that. Good lord, eminently plausible indeed.
Well, what do you have to say for yourself?
Oh please, Lady Quinby, I'm a faithful worker. Besides, if the money our gasmen collect doesn't tally with how much gas has been used, you don't get paid by the same amount! So you'd be stealing money only to have the same amount taken from your wages. Clearly that makes no sense.
Perhaps it's a case of losing the battle to win the war?
No, I'm not gonna stir up that hornet's nest. If I went stealing from the company, I'd be finished. It seems there's no evidence to support the claims thievery made against the victim, because Mr. William Shamspeare is innocent. Right, that's another tally. 5! Pray forgive me if that shout is some illusion my learned Nipponese friend was clearly under. Ugh.
Certainly didn't expect to uncover another crime that looks like it's been taken place in the very same room. According to the testimony, it's only the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room that's under suspicion. It does seem as though perhaps there's nothing to do with the incident involving Mr. 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐸.
I know, it does seem that way, but the fact is, since I've been practicing law in England, I feel like I've encountered this at least once already. Cases that are interlinked.
Oh?
Might seem that the two cases have nothing to do with one another at first, but in fact they're intimately connected.
Yes, we have experienced that before, haven't we? I wonder if there is another instance.
Perhaps, but we can't be sure of that yet. The Ultimate Gas Company has been investigating Mr. Shamspeare so earnestly, there must be something to it. But then how has he been managing to steal their gas? Wait, so hold on. Let me examine this. Guess the only thing that we can really investigate. Oh dear. Okay, I was gonna say it might just be the padlock, but I guess we'll do that first. It's a very sturdy looking padlock, isn't it?
The money box is sealed with beeswax, too.
So Mr. Sholmes were to get up to any mischief, he'd be found immediately.
Naruhodo. Mischief of that kind is not the sort of thing that Mr. Sholmes would...
You know you didn't finish that sentence, don't you?
Well, anyway, it's understandable that the gas company would want to safeguard the money that's rightfully theirs.
It does feel a little over the top, perhaps, doesn't it? Oh, what's...
Have you spotted something, Mr. Naruto?
just here? There's a little hole. Do you see it?
Goodness, you're right. I wouldn't have noticed.
It's not a very neat hole, is it? Not professionally made, I'd say.
So you think he might have been opened up by Mr. Shamspeare?
Possibly. It seems the people at Ultimate Gas must have missed it.
That certainly seems to go all the way through to the inside.
Yes, but there's no way to... A coin, could fit through there.
That's true, but even so, it seems more than a little suspicious.
Gas meter updated. Dispenses gas for a set time of the coins inside of the attached coin box. Sports a very strong lock, and there is a tiny hole in its base. Okay. So... I guess it's here. The meter doesn't look like it's been tampered with though, but we found that there's something being tampered with. And why?
Objection.
Lady Ultimate, I'm afraid to say that this meter clearly does show signs of having been tampered with.
What?
Get away! I've been over and over that thing. Well, you have some bad eyes, man. Telling you there's nothing wrong with it. In that case... What do you have to say about the small hole that's been made at the base of the coin box? Hole? What?
You're right. You're quite right.
There's a little hole there.
The meters aren't supposed to have that.
None of the others do. In other words, we can assume that Mr. Shamspeare secretly opened up this hole himself.
Yes, wouldn't be at all surprised, but why?
Yeah, why? I mean, it's tiny. You can get a far thing through that. Lady Ultimate? I wonder if you could give the court some more details about your meter design.
What sort of details?
Well, what I'd specifically like to know is, of course we'd have to ask, how it's dismantled, how it differentiates coins. I feel like this is the most useless, that's why I'm gonna ask this one. How does the meter tell the difference between different coins?
What do you mean?
Well, for example, if someone were to put in 1 penny coin, that wouldn't work presumably, would it?
No, of course not.
So, well, how does the meter know that the coin it's been fed is a through penny bit?
I see what you're getting at now. The meter tells coins apart by their shape and size, which includes their thickness. A through penny bit is about 3/4 of an inch in diameter, you see. Other coins just wouldn't fit.
I see. It's clearly been very well thought out. That was useless, wasn't it? Witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it is pertinent. Ooh, I thought that was useless, that's why I chose it. Does that mean I could press you again? Did I get it right? Well, not present, sorry. I wanted to press.
Hold it!
Suffering from success is what one would say. But conversely then, it would seem that anything matching a 3-pence coin exactly in terms of diameter and thickness could equally well be used. Would that be true?
Well, yes, in a way. The way it comes into it to a certain extent as well.
We thought of that though anyway. If I find any fake coins inside the coin box when I empty the meter, Contract says the customer has to pay 100 times the amount they did. Oh, that's fine. Why? We live for moments like that as gasmen do. Live for them. Ha ha ha. But it seems the gas company has sort of everything. Woohoo! Hooray for gas! Hooray for cash! Ultimate all the way! Quite enough of that. Remind me how big are through penny bits? At 3/4 of an inch across. What do you think, Mr. Naruto? Is this 2 centimeters a measurement significant? Or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction that we should be focusing on? Yes, you may be right. Perhaps I should try a different tack here. Asking about whether the meter can be dismantled, for example. Never mind! Here it is! You can switch it! It's like in the other games, but this one went in a different direction for some reason. How can the meter be dismantled? Dismantled? Yes, given that there are no signs of it having been forced, I'm wondering if perhaps, other than being broken open, it might have been taken apart. Well, yes, it does make sense. Padlocks are made by a first-class locksmith from the finest quality steel, and the meter box itself is made from plate steel as well, welded shut to ensure it can't be opened again. I can assure you it's quite impossible to dismantle it. Woohoo! Yeah! Nothing leaks from ultimate meter! No gas, no coins, no gas, no nothing! I see. You gonna amend your testimony? Memento of formal testimony. All joints on the meter are welded shut and the lock is made from solid steel. There's no way to dismantle it.
Hold it!
Has anyone ever tried? Oh yeah, they've tried, but they've all given up before long. After all, if they actually broke the meter, the company would be able to take legal action. Not illegal. Does that make sense? What do you think, Mr. Naruto? Is its welded steel construction significant? Or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction? That was a very, very small statement. Let's think about this. I think it's the coin. Oh, this is updated. Well, 3/4 of an... Do you think? We did find this soap at the scene, didn't we? Yes. Yes, there were 2 bars and that little ledge just outside the window, so we took this one. I'm sure that when we first found it, there was some sort of reddish medallion in the middle there. I remember it clearly. There's no sign of it now. Where could it have gone? Been updated twice in a row. There is 2 centimeter diameter circular depression in the middle of one surface. The way it updated once, that wasn't even helpful at all. But if you had examined the soap otherwise, you would be able to find. But okay, so clearly it's a coin, so I'm going to get the statement out of the way. Just straight present it.
Objection.
Yep. Let me just confirm something here. The diameter and thickness were to be correct. The meter would accept any object as if it were a 3-penny bit. That's why they don't find anything in there. Oh, I get it. So the point is that, because they mentioned that if they did ever find something like a fake thing, then you can they can take legal action against people that like basically try to scam the meter. But like if there is no evidence of a coin, then that's how you'd get away with it, no? Because there was never a coin. There was nothing. It wasn't a coin. There was like no object, but he was able to trick the meter. Oh shit.
Yes, that is correct.
Well, by something of a coincidence, while we're investigating Mr. Shamspeare's room,
We found a particular item that matches the dimensions perfectly. Something the same size as a three-penny bit? What was it?
item in question is this. What? Have you been inhaling gas as a bar of soap?
It certainly looks like nothing a three-penny bit, I must say.
Looks like I might have to point out exactly what I mean here. Why do I have to do this? I'll just flip it over! Just tell them to flip it over! Like, oh my god, what could it be? I still don't know what it is! Oh my god! Like, look at it! So annoying.
Got it!
You have to turn over the soap to see what I mean.
Are you referring to that round depression in the middle of the soap there?
That's right, a depression that is approximately 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Or in other words, almost exactly the same size as three-penny bit. Get away! Does anyone here present have in their possession a three-penny bit? Quickly now hand over your coins, ladies and gentlemen.
Sounds rather like a highway robbery, doesn't it?
Oh, thanks to a kind member of the public in the gallery, I have here a three-penny bit. Oh my god! Gallery contribution! Isn't that exciting? That's my penny in the court there! For a possible... crime? Theft? Crime of theft? I feel like you wouldn't be able to have the penny back anymore now though. And now to see if it fits. Oh, that looks so weird. My word, it couldn't be more snug. Yes, as I suspected, this without a doubt is a vital clue to explain how the Ultimate Gas Company is being defrauded.
Whoa, I don't believe it.
Oh, her skirt is also like a bee. Oh.
So your assertion amounts to what? That some inferior bar of soap has a denotative connection to the theft of gas?
Yes. The depression in the soap was clearly made by a three-penny bit. Must concur, at least, that pushing a coin with some force into a poor quality bar of soap such as this is a remarkably simple way of replicating the coin's shape. And then you could use, well, some melted wax or something to pour into the mold. You can make fake coins in no time. This brings all the pieces of the puzzle together. It's the method Mr. Shamspeare has been using to steal the gas. It's the missing link. And now if I follow the chain of thought, it's going to bring me to a new explanation for what happened that nobody's considered yet. What are you talking about? Are you referring to the attempted murder?
But this is all nonsense. If the man had been making fake coins, my worker here would have found them when he emptied the meter.
Quite true, Lady Alderman, in the absence of some black magic that could make them disappear.
I see. That's what we're dealing with, is it? There's one form of black magic that could cause the fake coins to disappear into thin air, yes.
Exactly. And the meter here gives it away.
What on earth?
There are remnants of the magical method used visible on the gas meter taken from the victim's room. That is your assertion, counsel. The defense will identify these remnants for the court at once. From the meter, can the remnants of the method used... Oh god, wait, I have to save, just in case. Excuse me. Can the remnants of the method used to make the fake coins disappear be seen? The wax seal? Right. You could put them in and then... There's something else that's obvious, right?
Got it!
No. Because the wax wouldn't have been touched. But then wait, what would you use? Unless you're telling me to refer to the hole? What do you mean the hole? How would the hole have made? Remnants of the method used. Oh, disappear! So it is just the hole. Why would you word it like that? There's this little hole in the bottom of the meter here, isn't there? Looks as though it was made by somebody who didn't really have the right tools. It's actually got all the way through. It's hard to see unless you look closely. It goes right to the part where the meter money ends up. There's nothing then. Wait, do I have to examine something? You couldn't possibly extract a coin through such a small... Could you? I suppose not. Then the question remains, why would somebody go to the effort of making a hole here? This is quite a tough padlock. Wait, is he actually trying to open it? What are you doing, Mr. Naruto? I was just seeing if it was possible to force it open. If you break it, I'm afraid you'd be forced to pay a fine. Well, that was close then. Perhaps tell me a little sooner next time. No, so you just mean it's for it to disappear.
Got it!
Found this virus at the scene of the crime, just outside the victim's window. Outside? Yes, outside, where you yourself, Mr. Meterman, were loitering in the freezing winter air. That's where you found this soap. Oh, I get it. That's right, the answer, of course, is ice. You say ice. Oh, is that what the thing on his floor is? He's been leaving soaps like this outside his window each evening filled with water. After a night outside in the bitter cold, the water is completely frozen solid the next morning. He takes his fake coins of ice and feeds them into the gas meter, giving him light and warmth in spades. As his room becomes very comfortably warm, the ice now inside the meter's coin box melts, turning back into water, and the draining harmlessly away through the small hole made in the underside of the meter. Notice how, without leaving any evidence of his wrongdoing, this man has been stealing ultimate gas. Just like that. So simply. You tried to make us look like idiots. He's been fooling us with some bars of soap and some water. That's right, madam. I don't believe it. It can't be true. Do you have any idea how much money we spent to develop that new meter? And now you have the audacity to suggest that a bit of soap and some water can render it totally useless? I am fairly sure I didn't design it. Evidence! Sorry? I want evidence. If you're going to stand there and tell me our meters are rubbish, I want to see some proof. She's very good at enforcing accountability, isn't she? Very well, Lady Ultimate. If you'd like evidence, I'll provide it. What? Naruto, are you saying you do actually have evidence to support this theory? Did notice a trace of something that bothered me a little at the time. Okay, so we still won't be going back to the attempted murder until we get this whole thing settled. I feel like it'll still shut down though. It doesn't change much. This is quite literally just giving us, like, time for people to be, like, shady against, like, shamspeare's, like, testimony, so you can't really take it into account. But, like, it doesn't change, like, the evidence of Mr. Natsume being there at the scene of the crime. But feeling that the theory we've come up with now could explain it. Piece of evidence that substantiates the theory about how Mr. Shamspeare has been stealing gas is... Finally, the photo comes into play! Hee-haw! If it doesn't come into play, I'm gonna be so annoyed. Angry and annoyed. I swear to God. I swear to God. This is a photograph of the scene at the point when the victim was discovered, taken by Inspector Gregson. And it clearly shows the remnants of the crime carried out by Mr. Shamspeare. What remnants? It's right here.
Oh my god, you didn't want me to point at it because you guys could actually look at the damn photo yourselves and come to a conclusion like you should have done with a fucking bar of soap before. Oh, and the hole underneath the fucking thing.
Really? You can see the gas meter on the wall in Mr. Shamspeare's room. Now look closely at the floorboards directly underneath the meter.
Oh, look at that! Look at your eye! Look with your eyes! Oh my god!
Fuck's sake. What? What is that? Some kind of grubby stain? Almost certainly, if it's a water stain resulting from the liquid that drained out of the hole made in the meter. Ah. One coin gives around 2 hours of gas usage, and the occupant was heating his room in all his waking hours. You can imagine he would have used around 10 of his fake coins each day. The melting ice inside the meter's coin box would have been dripping out almost constantly, leaving a stain on the floor. He's so poor that he doesn't have a bucket to put underneath the gas meter. This is awful. There's further evidence too. It's Shamspeare slumped over his table, apparently having consumed strychnine. And right there next to him is a bar of soap broken in half. Right. It appeared to me then, counsel, the man was eating the soap, was he? Seems you also came to that conclusion. You're just like Sholmes. Pardon me for disagreeing with your lordship, but certainly not.
He didn't beat about the bush there, did he?
In truth, Mr. Shamspeare was found with a fork in his hand. miyuu was just sounding like... Do you mean to say he was using that fork to... Yes. Extract a frozen coin from the bar of soap.
But the bar broke in half. So perhaps it didn't go very well.
Gracious. Don't. Oh, that's another one. Number was that again? He had last one, was it 6? Either 5 or 6. This would be 7 now. Lord Van Zyx? I was throwing my hand up in despair and happened to catch my hallowed bottle on the way. Pray forgive my maladroit mistake. Is the meaning of this counsel? Allow me to pose my learned friend a question. What exactly did you establish with your most recent cross-examination? Well...
Mr. William Shamspeare is a liar and a thief. In other words, that his testimony is unreliable.
That's it! That's exactly it. Very well, let us assume that man is a liar. Now allow me to pose another question. What possible difference does that make? Well, that's what I was literally saying! I play the devil's advocate in the fucking prosecution, bro. We know that suicide can be discounted. Scotland Yard's investigation revealed no sign of another vessel that contained poison. And on the night in question, there were no visitors to the room except the accused. Young Gasman's testimony, which I have no reason to doubt, has confirmed that. Furthermore, the only possible way the poison could have entered the victim's body is via the tea. The court has seen no evidence whatsoever that suggests otherwise. Even if William Shamspeare is the liar you claim him to be, these facts have been objectively established. There's no escaping it. Therefore, in light of these facts, prosecution calls for immediate adjudication. He's gonna hit his wall. Ow! Order! Well, counsel, how does the defense respond?
Missing that, hold on.
What was the point of that last cross-examination? Did it actually get us anywhere? Or did it make no difference at all, like Lord Van Zyks is saying?
Oh, I clicked it by accident! What the fuck? Ah, more!
It's too late. Whatever.
I didn't even have time to think about it.
Fuck's sake. Okay, well, if the outcome is gonna be like this anyways, let's think about it. Raise an objection. Would it have made any difference whatsoever finding out that Shamspeare was stealing gas? I think it does, because it holds a point that there is someone else that has a certain motive for offing the man, or trying to off a man anyways. Because I believe that a certain gasman is losing money because of Shamspeare, and because he can't seem to figure out what is going on, his pay is constantly being deducted every day. Oh, what a fucking shame. Meaning, if you remove the guy altogether, then you wouldn't have to be losing so much money all the time. Right? I mean, that makes sense, right? This isn't over. The defense will not rest. What? The counsel, you successfully explained everything. You've identified and substantiated the unscrupulous method employed by Mr. Shamspeare to consume gas. What more is there to discuss? Lord Van Zyks has just highlighted 3 facts in order to make his point. Contrary to what he would have the court believe, not all of them have been objectively established at all. What are you trying to say, my Nipponese friend? What did he actually say? You make a good point. What was the 3 points he said? 1! It cannot be suicide. No sign of another vessel that contained poison. Wait, wasn't it red? If it would have been water, why was it red? No, in question, there were no visitors to the room except the accused, which we have no reason to doubt has confirmed that. And well, the only possible way the poison could have entered it was... Hold on. I guess we don't have that bit of information anymore because it's like evaporated, I guess. It's melted. We're still missing things. Like this still hasn't come up. We haven't been able to get a full explanation of the teacups. Like, I thought the teacups would be used against us, but it wasn't. Like, the tea ring is kind of obvious in the fact that, okay, he left his tea. This is proof that he's left his tea and he didn't drink it immediately. So the fact that there was a tea ring means that he did drink it a lot later and was poisoned a lot later. Is that interesting? You can see here they both where they both drank their tea from. They drank it on opposite sides. So from the looks of it, Shamspeare drank with his left hand while 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐹 drank with his right hand. Not that that would particularly help us, but whatever. Let me think about this. And these two evidence don't really help us, though. This is Ugh. At least one of those so-called facts is an assumption, maybe due to a lack of evidence. The situation has changed now, following the cross-examination of the latest witnesses to take the stand. Don't be absurd, what is this nonsense? Yes, when you bring everything we've learned so far together and consider it as a whole, it's clear. There's a question that we now need to reconsider, namely, was someone else responsible? Was there another visitor? Was there poison in the tea?
Someone else responsible. Was there another visitor?
This was backed by the Gasman's thing, and was the poison in the tea is... Well, I mean, I guess you could press this one. This is the one with the lack of evidence that we can press him on. Someone else responsible is like a... I mean, it's ultimately this, no? Wait, my line of thinking is like going incorrectly. Hold on.
I hope so.
I think... Okay, if it's wrong, it's wrong. We've all been led to believe that the, strychnine... I always forget the pronunciation of it. I have to, like, break apart the word in my brain. Strychnine poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare was in the tea brought to him by Mr. Natsume, but that's conjecture at best. Am I wrong in that line of thinking? The victim has testified that nothing else has passed his lips that night. There is no other possibility. And since there was no trace of the tea left at the scene, it couldn't be tested for traces of the poison. As I said, the situation has changed. Because in fact, some of Miss Natsume's tea was left at the scene. And a particular piece of evidence proves it.
Objection!
That's why it was red! Ah! He used his tea because he couldn't afford water!
Oh, no, so he couldn't afford water. The public water, the pump was frozen outside, supposedly.
So he used the tea!
Ludicrous claim. Scotland Yard detectives investigated the scene exhaustively. No, exhaustive enough. What evidence are you suggesting they missed? The defense has made a bold claim indeed. Very well, counsel. Present your proof. But evidence from the scene of the crime can tell us about the nature of the defendant's tea. Okay, I'm not too sure if I've come to that realization, but we don't have it in this soap to prove it. That's why I think... Hold on, wait. Do I have to look at this again? No. No, of course not. Let me... Oh, okay. Even though I've already technically, inspected it, I can't speed up the text. When we first found it, there was some sort of reddish medallion!
In the middle there, I remember it clearly.
Yes, but there's no sign of it now. Where could it have gone? I love that you can investigate this one bar of soap like 3 times, all with new dialogue. I love it so much. Where could it have gone? Can you inspect this again? Can you see any traces of shit? Could it be in here? Is there a chance for it to still be traces of it inside here? Like, I know water would have just, like, leaked out, technically, but, like... Like, it would have been in the bar of soap, but... Can I just present the bar of soap? But it's in the bar of soap now, though. Where could it have gone? It melted. It's melted. It's well, if this is wrong, I'll just take the L and figure it out. Good gracious. The soap again. The same bar the victim used to fashion his coins of ice. Yes, that's right, my lord. It's just come back to me. Something about when we first found this bar of soap at the scene yesterday.
Some more bars of soap.
What are bars of soap doing lined up on a ledge outside the window? Sunbathing. Quite certain that when we originally stumbled upon the bars of soap, there was actually a frozen coin in each bar. So you discovered the gas thief's coin factory. Fascinating. In a way, yes, but there's more. The coins we found in the soap at the time weren't normal ice. There was something strange about them, you mean? Exactly. Something very obviously strange. They were red. The ice was red. No, you mean... That's right. It's obvious to me now. The fake coins in the soap were made from frozen tea. What? I would remind the court of a statement made by Mr. Natsume earlier in this trial. Public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. This is the result. I will never touch tea again. Yes, I believe there had been a snowfall that day. It was particularly cold. Sadly, on such occasions, the poorly constructed water mains in the east end are prone to freezing. So on the night in question, Mr. Shamspeare, having no running water to use, was forced to use the tea brought by Mr. Natsume in order to make his fake coins. My word. I hate to say it, but was there a point he licked the coins? There's no way he fucking licked the coin, did he? He licked a frozen coin, maybe to see if it would get out of the bar of soap? Like, what are the chances he did that? There's like no way, right? He wouldn't do that. If that was the case, he would have had issues doing it with other pieces of frozen, but maybe it was just a little bit worse, like more difficult with a tea. Frozen tea is more difficult or something. You didn't lick it. Please tell me you did not lick the fucking soap. Wait, I just come to the realization this is another case where water becomes the culprit again. Water is the reason why this entire case exists. Oh, I hate it here. Was it like that in the last case? What happened in the last case again? They were by the Water! They were by the ocean! Oh, fuck! It always leads back to water. Ah. No. 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 We're not going back to the HDO argument. No more. No more HDO. There were 2 bars of soap on the window ledge when my judicial assistant and I investigated the scene.
That's right, and we only borrowed one of them. Which means that even as we speak, some of the defendant's tea is still present at the scene of the crime, frozen solid in a bar of soap outside Mr. Shamsphere's window. Extraordinary. Earlier today, Inspector Gregson informed the court that if even 1 drop of the tea remains, Scotland Yard will be able to analyze it for poison. As such, we are now in a position to prove or disprove what has until now been mere conjecture. By finding out for sure whether or not Mr. Natsume's tea actually contained strychnine at all. I fear that it may still be in it though, but allow us to continue. You spoken to news. This may come bite us back in the ass, but we continue. My lord, we cannot do the defendant the injustice of passing judgment now. The police should be dispatched to recover the remaining bar of soap from the scene at once. And the defense requests a thorough analysis of the frozen tea embedded in it to determine whether or not it contains any poison. Bailiff, instruct the police to attend the scene at once. As my lord understood. Oh dear. Oh dear. It would seem we have no choice but to suspend these proceedings for the time being. I trust you have no objection, Lord Van Zyks. None, my lord. Scotland Yard will recover the tea from the scene and carry out the requisite tests immediately. The trial will resume at the same hour tomorrow.
This is the first time this is happening, and this is a great ace attorney! Oh my god! Oh! A second day trial in my great ace attorney? Ah! Ah!
I was wondering for the longest time why would they do when they would do that for the last game.
Because they did that so many times in the trilogy. Ah!
Prosecution and defense may conduct further investigations as appropriate in the interim. Yes, my lord. Get a secondary investigation? Or are we gonna get a jump scare? Oh. We managed to scrape through there somehow. Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned until tomorrow.
Oh no, he's hit the gavel's hit the thing. It stopped. It stopped. Being a dead, do you have a secondary investigation?
Oh my god! I'm so shocked. Oh my god! Ah! Secondary investigation in my Ace Attorney game.
Oh my god!
Oh wait, are they still setting up the office? When did he move in? Wasn't it during Natsume's thing? Oh no, after this case, huh? 22nd February, 1:11 p.m. at Hodo's Legal Consultancy. We made it back in one piece. Just. To be perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while.
Oh, I know, but a lot of close shaves. There's so many carriages on the streets of London, you are nearly flattened several times.
Oh no, I didn't mean that.
Yes, I know. It was a marvelous defense, Naruto-san. It really was. I was in awe of you.
Oh, thank you.
Now that your fervent exploits have won us some more precious investigation time, let's see if we can't find some new clues for tomorrow. For court tomorrow.
Excuse me. Let's do that.
Is everything alright?
I suppose I still can't I can't quite believe it, that's all. Someone scratching my eye. I'm here in London working as a lawyer, I mean. In the Old Bailey, no less. Truth is, it shouldn't be me, should it? It should be him standing in my shoes. It should be 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨.
It was 𝐢𝐧𝐟-sama's wish that you follow him to Great Britain and work alongside him.
Yes, I mean, never had the chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him.
And you're doing wonderfully, Naruhodo-san. I have no doubt that 𝐢𝐧𝐟-sama would say exactly the same if he were here with us.
Thank you, Susato-san. Thank you. Today's trial. It was quite a shock earlier today, wasn't it? When the victim himself turned up in court and took the stand.
I know.
Not only that, but then finding out that he's actually a barefaced gas thief as well.
Yes, that was suddenly a surprise to us all. For a while, it seemed as though everyone had quite forgotten about Soseki-san poisoning the tea.
Careful of your phrasing, Susato-san! Didn't poison anything. And there's more to this Mr. shamspeare than we've yet to know, I'm sure of it.
Mr. shamspeare certainly wasn't the noble, upstanding man everyone thought he was at first.
What's become of him, actually?
I was told that he'd be returning to the hospital ward where he was receiving treatment.
Which one is that?
Let me see. Oh yes, he's at St.
Bartholomew's.
Or Bart, as Londoners call it.
We know that place, don't we?
Yes, we visited Miss Green there yesterday. It's the same hospital to which she was taken.
Yes, after Soseki-san stabbed her on the back.
Do be careful of your phrasing, Naruhodo-san. He didn't stab anyone.
Perhaps you both owe Soseki-san an apology. St. Bart's! Yes, we should probably visit the hospital later.
What's next?
So, we know that Soseki-san took tea to the victim on the night in question, but as he isn't the culprit, then obviously...
Yes, the poison surely wasn't in the tea.
But if that's the case, how on earth did the poison get into Mr. Shamspeare's body?
I'm sure we'll find a clue at the scene. There must be something in Mr. Shamspeare's room that will help solve the mystery.
Naturally, Scotland Yard detectives have been over that place already. But it couldn't hurt for us to have another look around, I think.
Definitely. And I'm desperate to know the outcome of the investigation into the tea left in the bar of soap.
Well, if we run into Inspector Gregson, we can ask him about that. 𝐢𝐧𝐼's wishes. 𝐢𝐧𝐼 Sorgi, the best friend I ever had. No lawyer with such promise. He really saved my bacon in that horrible incident just before we left Japan. I can still picture him now, looking so fierce and determined in court. And then after the trial, that crazy idea he came up with.
As a stowaway?
Yes, you can fit inside my trunk if you curl up small enough, I'm sure. No one will know. Oh my god, you're so close. 𝐢𝐧𝐼. Wouldn't you tell me why? Why go to these lengths so that I can accompany you to Great Britain? Well, it's been on my mind ever since we got through that trial. You really ought to go into law. Be a defense lawyer. You've got a natural talent for it. Believe me, I guarantee it. But I've never even thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, I can't force you, obviously. You'll have to decide for yourself. But anyway, London is the cultural capital of the world. The city at the forefront of everything. Can't hurt for you to see it with your own eyes. No, that's true. I suppose, though, if you were to become a lawyer, then one day... One day what? Oh, no. Never mind.
Naruhodo-san?
Oh, sorry. I was just thinking about 𝐢𝐧𝐼.
Yes. He's forever in my thoughts too. To change the Japanese judicial system for the better. That was his dream. That's why he was so desperately wanted to come to Great Britain to study, of course.
Yes, that's right.
What? Yes? I do wonder if his true intentions lay elsewhere sometimes. I don't know. The thought just takes hold of me every now and then, that's all.
Kasuma's true intentions.
Naruhodo-san? What do you mean by Kazuma-sama's true intentions?
Fuck, that scared me. I don't know why that scared me. I don't know. For a second in my brain I was like, oh my god, horror. Excuse me, sorry, immersion broken.
I mean this. His katana? Never expected to inherit the sword after Kazuma passed away, of course. No. I know. It was because I asked you to take it. When I have it at my side in court, I feel as though it gives me courage. Yes. Actually, the night before he died, he told me a little about the sword.
Karuma?
That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐸 clan. Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. It can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that.
So its name compels its wielders to slice evil in two. Not that you would need much compelling.
On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain.
Something you have to do?
Yes. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me.
Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you.
I knew you wouldn't let me down.
What did he mean by something very important that I have to do?
I'd hope the answer to that question would become apparent when we arrived here, but as yet I've not found a single clue.
I see.
This is the law that I've been wanting for so long! It was only after the fucking second trial that we've had for the game that something comes up. Oh, that's got me so emotional though. Hold on, let me see if I can present this to her.
You've been wearing that ever since we arrived in Great Britain, haven't you?
Well, it's what shows that I'm a lawyer, so it seems appropriate.
I'm not sure that it really means much in this country though, I'm afraid.
I wouldn't say that. I might not be official, but it looks official. Often when the police stop me, I just show them this and they leave me alone.
You're stopped by police? Often?
Well, you know, I'm a suspicious foreigner dressed all in black with a sword at my side.
I do think it's probably the sword that's the main reason. Still, it makes me happy to see you're wearing it.
And the armband. Yes, made up my mind that I'll carry them always. This symbol of who I am and the sword Karuma.
I'm trying to hold back my emotions. Oh, we can't really examine the room, what the fuck? Well, I mean, it's not really furnished, so there's no reason, huh? I mean, we can examine the fucking fish tank, of course. That— oh wait, no, the back door. Oh, this is Susako's room. Heard that there's another room behind that door.
Yes, it's my bedroom, Naruhodo-san, as you well know.
Shall I help you unpack your things?
That's very kind, but no thank you.
Your luggage looks very heavy. Are you sure I can't help you move it?
That's very kind, but really, no thank you. A young maiden's private chamber is a place of bittersweet secrets, you know.
The only secret I have is the 5-yen banknote hidden on the backside of my daruma doll. You have a what? Alright. These tanks are for keeping sea creatures. They're called aquariums, and they were all the rage in London at one time, apparently.
Yes, the English are so clever coming up with the idea of having ocean life on display in the home.
And it means you always have an emergency midnight feast on hand too.
I'm not sure that's really the idea.
Guess we'll leave. Shall we go downstairs? We'll say hi to Mr. Sholmes and Iris. Hello!
Reno and Susie, hooray, you're back! Hello, Iris. You're in fine spirits as always, I see. I am, and you look as immaculately presented as ever, Susie. Oh, you flatter me. Well, you couldn't have come at a better time. I just made a pot of tea. I'll set some cups.
Really? Thanks, Iris. But actually, what is that foul smell? Aha! The Wanderers return at last! Where on earth had the pair of you been? We've been in court? Oh! For Mr. Mustache's case? That was today, was it?
I'm sure I mentioned it only yesterday, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm sure you think you did! Well, we can laugh about it now. So tell me, how did the trial go? Reasonably well, so far. We've managed to escape without a guilty verdict, at least. Really? Would have liked to see it. Well, I must pass the time of day with Mr. Reaper again. It's been too long.
We never got to see you two interact until like the last case, which is after this case.
Ah! Liar! Is Lord Van Zyke's an acquaintance, Mr. Sholmes? Naturally. There's not a person in the world who doesn't know my name, is there not? No. Quite what I ask, but still.
Mr. Sholmes? Whatever is that odor?
Yes, what is it? It's faint, but absolutely awful. Excuse me. Indeed, that's the scent of victory, my dear fellows. Victory in science.
Oh dear.
Right, I'll bite. What's he up to now? Shall we examine the entirety of the suite for the end? Oh wait, no, you can't. It's all the same. I'm almost thankful that's the case. I really didn't want to go through the entire area. Oh, but she's at her thing. Will the dialogue still be the same though? I mean, it would have been the same as like the investigation from yesterday, so nothing would have been updated. But it's cute that you get to see her over there. I love that. Alright, Lord Van Zykes. Lord Barak Van Zykes, yes, it's an interesting sobriquet. Excuse me. What does that word mean? A person's nickname. I was not even close to my my pronunciation. What? Hold on. The British pronunciation says sobriquet. Sobriquet. What is the American pronunciation? Sobriquet. 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 Where's the word from? Where did it come from? French. Originally in the sense tap under the chin. Sobriquet. Interesting sobriquet he has, isn't it? The Reaper of the Bailey. Once a legendary prosecutor has fought for someone's conviction, that person is doomed. Even if he or she is found not guilty by the courts, sooner or later the hapless soul will vanish from the capital. But vanish how exactly? By falling at a passing carriage or drowning in the Thames, or succumbing to a sudden fever or quite out of the blue, being set upon by a highwayman. There are numerous routes to one's final terminus, my dear fellow. It all seems a little far-fetched, really. Well, on the bright side, Mr. Mustache is fighting fit, for the time being at least. That's not overly reassuring.
If the rumors are true, though, the obvious conclusion would surely be that those acquitted are, well, by Lord Van Zyke's own hand.
As it happens, Mr. Zato, that is quite impossible.
Oh? Why?
Naturally, the man very quickly came under such suspicion. However, whenever these incidents occurred, the Reaper always had a cast iron alibi. Really? This is gonna sound kind of weird for me, but this is like the first time that I've like seen Sholmes remember something. About another person, no less. This doesn't feel right. Like, I feel like it's like obvious. He's just here to like give us like context for a character, especially in this game, because not everyone is introduced to what Lord Van Zyke's is like infamous rumors are, you know? And so his reign continued, but 5 years ago, vanished from the courts, never to appear as a prosecutor again. That is until you arrived in the country, my Mr. Nanahodo. Yes, so I've heard. In fact, it was the very day I arrived when I was thrust into that trial at the Old Bailey. That bitter fight to the death coincided with the Reaper's resurrection. It really did end bitterly indeed. And here you are, facing Mr. Reaper again.
Hello, Rune. I don't know if you're just incredibly unlucky or incredibly unlikable.
I think it goes deeper than just me. I sense a general loathing of all Japanese people.
Oh?
Foul smell. What is that indescribably foul smell? Ah, well, most probably this, I would say. People? What is that? My dear fellow, it is of course my latest invention. A chemical test that can identify whether or not a tea is genuine at the drop of some tea.
My.
There are some unscrupulous sorts manning the stalls along some of London's less frequented streets. They regularly sell what purports to be high quality tea, but is in fact merely dyed leaves of drab flavor. Well, that's certainly unsavory behavior. Why can't I read anymore? Like after the trial, my brain just like shut down. So when one is presented with what appears to be black tea, one must be careful. Iris!
At the ready, Hurley.
Let us add a drop of my chemical to this cup of tea here. Do you see what happens? Ugh. It's turned completely black.
And what a foul odor it gives off.
Indeed, the blacker the tea becomes, more foul the odor, the better the tea is. It would appear that this cup was particularly fine Darjeeling. It's very ingenious. But what do you do with the black liquid now? Why, dispose of it naturally. Surely you wouldn't like to drink it, would you?
Does seem to be a rather obvious problem with your new invention, Mr. Sholmes.
Hence why this chemical test is merely a test, my dear madam. Right. The point is, we are entering a new era of science. In the world of criminal investigation also.
Yes, forensic science. Oh, these are such exciting times.
Regularly engage in the scientific experimentation alongside my unofficial consulting detective work. Ow. The Sherlock Sholmes method will be the foundation upon which modern investigative techniques is based. This little tea indicant was a happy byproduct of my ongoing forensic science research. Forensic science? I suppose I should find out more about that.
Japanese people.
And Mr. Natsumi, I'm currently defending, being Japanese as well as Mr. Sato and myself, felt it even more keenly in court today. Hold on, let me drink some water. Finally done! Good job! Only took 8 hours. Oh my god. Clean procrastination time and a lot of back pain. Oh, true. I forgot. If you're vacuuming, your back must hurt a lot. Good work! Good work today! Get some good rest! Now that you got your cleaning all done. I already get back pain from just my work is at my workplace. We usually just sit all day. Having to come home and clean my back room. Ooh. Don't miss it one bit. Okay. That's my seat. So I could probably move my mic again. Hold on. Okay. Pull up my... For some reason, Lord Van Zyke seems to have an inherent disdain of the Japanese. Hold on. My seat. Indeed, it is an interesting observation.
Do you know something about it? Do you, Mr. Sholmes?
It was about 10 years ago that Baroque Van Zyke chose to enter the legal profession. However, before that time, a young man's closest companion hailed from the Empire of Japan.
No!
What the? Tell us more, Mr. Sholmes. What happened? You know a lot. I believe I've made it clear before. I'm unable to tell you anything about the affair.
Oh, but...
I love cliffhangers. The veil will be lifted on the events of the past in due course, I have no doubt. For now, however, it is Mr. Mustache who is most deserving of your attention, I believe. Good point. So your T-test is an example of forensic science. Indeed it is. It is such a tool in cases that hinge on the knowledge of whether some tea is high or inferior quality. Not a huge number of cases, then. Perhaps a more practical example is required. Fingerprints? Not yet accepted in our courts as evidence, I might add. Really, we are dragging our heels there. Haven't even heard of them until recently. Which is partly why I undertake research in this field myself, of course.
Does that mean you're studying fingerprints, Mr. Sholmes?
There are others in that field already, and I abhor the company of inferior minds. No, what I am researching is skin prints. Skin prints? No! Nomenclature of my own design, as this is chemical agent that makes it possible. Instantly reveals objects touched by whichever person is under investigation.
Brilliant, Mr. Sholmes.
As it doesn't turn everything completely odorous and black. Assure you, my dear fellows, you will witness my forensic talents in action very soon indeed. What does that mean?
I think we should go back to the scene and see if we can cover any clues. That's the spirit, Reno. See you later.
Yes, until later. No, Mr. Sholmes, we were thinking you'd come with us. You were? Yes, of course. You said so just a moment ago. You said we'd witness your forensic talents in action. Ah, yes, I recall something along those lines. Are you going ahead? I should be sure to follow you later in all likelihood. Probably, maybe. Well, I might. Your commitment astounds me.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. We'll eagerly await your arrival. Bye-bye, Reno. Bye-bye, Susie. Hi, Iris.
She's just gonna be over here. Bye-bye. Okay, so Let's go to Briar Road first and then we'll go to hospital. I love that you can't examine the fucking soap from outside, but you have to do that from the inside anyways because it's open. Doesn't seem to be anything changed here though. Okay, perfect. That's what I want. Shamspeare room is where I want to be, and then like most, yeah, okay. And I might go to the prison next. Recovery ward.
What do you suppose is happening? Sounds like some sort of disturbance.
I hear angry voices.
Oh?
Be not angry, O ample lady. Verily not, thou art mistaken.
Mistaken, my foot. You're looking at my painting.
The eye of man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. 'Twas foul indeed, the poison that mustached villain gaveth me. Forgive me, lady.
I wish that you died from that poison.
God have mercy, ample lady. But thou seest I have vigor still. Behold my shamspeare dance.
Oh god, look at him. Look at him.
This looks rather ominous, doesn't it?
This looks like a fucking meme. What the fuck? The poor lady is being fucking cornered by a strange dancing man. Also, how old is Miss Green again? Yeah, I remember she was quite young as an art student. I can't remember what voice I gave her. Is it like the Hua voice? Ah, he's got us.
Hello. 'Tis the lawyer from the land whence riseth the sun. How now?
What are you doing, Mr. Shamspeare?
Marry, I do believe I am returned onto another ward.
He was looking, that's what he was doing, looking at my terrible work.
Eastern fellow so dark.
He clad?
Faye, thy work in court this morning was wonderful. I do applaud thee.
Well, thank you.
But that doesn't mean that things will go so wonderfully for you tomorrow, does it?
He probably doesn't like that we exposed him, huh?
Anon. Excellent.
Shamspeare might technically be the victim in this case. There's definitely a lot more to it than that. Very hard to pin the man down.
I'm so sorry. I'm such an awful person. Oh, Miss Green, is everything alright? Oh, yes. I mean, don't worry about me. They're about to discharge me soon, so I must get ready to leave now.
Oh, I see.
We're delighted that you'll soon be well enough to go home, Miss Green. Oh dear, you're too kind. I don't deserve it.
She always looks so gloomy on her bed. I feel so bad for her. We've already kind of investigated this stuff before, though. Guess we can try and talk to her, huh? Yeah, the only thing we can really do is talk to her.
So, are you feeling more like yourself today, Miss Green? I am. Thank you. I mean, people do recover from ordeals like this, don't they? Even people like me.
Well, yes, it really was an ordeal, wasn't it? As far as I was concerned, I was just walking along the snow one evening, minding my own business. And then, completely out of the blue, I was struck in the back by a knife and collapsed unconscious for days. Of course, when I finally woke up again yesterday, the whole business had been cleared up already. What a terrible week it's been for you. Oh no, I'm sure I'm very lucky, really. I'll look back on this fondly. Really? Anyway, I must be getting my things together now, so I'm ready to be discharged. Oh yes, of course. Sorry to take your time when you're obviously busy. Hi. Take care. We just kinda came in to see if the asshole was here, but alright. Is he in questioning? He's being the opposite. He's depressing. Oh, word.
Oh, Mr. Natsume is back.
So he is. Mr. Natsume, hello.
I am a cat.
Sorry?
I don't know who Mr. Natsume is, or Herlock Sholmes. I don't know about courts or trials or Old Baileys. I am a cat. That's what I am. Just a cat.
Mr. Naruhodo, he's trying to escape from reality.
Trying to? He already has, completely. So, what is your name then?
As yet I have no name.
Mr. Naruhodo, he hasn't fully thought about his new identity yet. Maybe it's not too late to bring him back to reality.
Do you think you could open your eyes for us, Mr. Natsume?
I am not a cat.
It worked. He's back in the real world.
What's going to become of me? No! Don't answer that! It's obvious. My cursed soul is never going to escape this accursed fate!
Mr. Natsume, no. This morning's proceedings in court prove that there's hope.
Yes, yes, local student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire was brilliant, but the Reaper is omnipresent in court, in my lodgings, here, there, everywhere.
What's he looking straight at me for? I think perhaps
There are some things we should discuss.
Oh, yes, yes, we must.
he's so funny.
I am cat. I'm just a cat. In my whole life, have I ever been so moved as I was today? No! Of course, if I cast my mind back, there were perhaps one or two other occasions that moved me more. But if I just block those out, then today, being in that courtroom was the most moving experience of my life! Like a student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire!
You're too kind.
Scotland Yard found their remaining tea, just as we deduced, and are analysing it as we speak.
There's nothing wrong with that tea! They won't find a drop of poison in it! That's solemn swan Soseki certainty!
Tell me, did you both drink the tea at the same time that night?
Oh yes, most definitely! Remember? Drink tea while it's hot! We both poured it down afterwards like it was a hot bath for our bellies!
And at the same time, you're both completely fine.
As shown by the fact that he and Miss Shamspeare then engaged in the Romeo and Juliet match. I suppose the focus of tomorrow's proceedings will be how the poison was taken by the victim then.
That's a shamspeare.
That rotten Shamspeare! What have I ever done to him?
You don't recall him taking issues with you over anything you've done recently?
I've been holed up in my room, immersed in books. I don't recall anything. Anything at all!
Right.
What I don't understand So why didn't he let me know sooner?
I'll let you know what, Miss Natsume.
About the soap, of course! What else?
Oh dear. Are you struggling with such a meager stipend?
Of course I am! If I had money, I would have chosen to live an accursed existence in such an accursed legend!
Ah, yes, you said it's because the place is cursed, that it's so cheap, didn't you?
Exactly! Especially the room that I rent. The spirit of that capital offender who lived there still haunts the place. And it's trying to kill me!
Capital offender?
When I ask locum student Miss Naruhodo Esquire, the next time you visit me, you bring scores of super soft soaps.
I don't think we particularly want to help you engage in criminal acts. Too. But alas, we continue. I feel like he's not gonna say anything. For the person with delightfully humble etiquette of our homeland. What?
Would you take kind? I accept it gladly.
Sorry, but I wasn't trying to give it to you, actually. That means he doesn't really give a shit about any of this, right? Oh! Mr. Natsume, about this receipt.
It occurs to me now. That was those confounded books that saw me arrested the first time, too.
I did that tongue.
Oh yes. Yes, I suppose that's true.
After I spent my precious pennies on them, that's the thanks I get. Now I don't know when I'll read them. No, not when. If! I may very well hate them too much to even open their covers!
I don't know that we can blame the books for everything that's happened, Mr. Natsume.
I gotta stop. Gotta stop this accent. It's hurting my tongue. I wanna see the photo of the. No, of course you wouldn't give a shit about. Okay! I guess we'll leave. Or actually, did you actually want to see the soaps?
Mr. Natsume, what do you know about this?
Ah, there it is! That leathery lowlife that took my neighbor's life and sent me sliding to the depths of despair! Slippery, sickly, psychotic saboteur!
You've really gone off soap, haven't you?
Absolutely! And I've made up my mind. The next time someone gives me soap as a present, it's friendship finished firmly forever!
I don't know that we can blame soap for everything that's happened, Mr. Natsume.
Anything about an envelope? No, right? Okay. Well, it is what it is. Usually, yeah. If something new's come up, it would have come up immediately for us to click to. I feel like he doesn't know anything about the gas meter, does he? Well, at least he shouldn't have any input about the gas meter. Okay. Bye-bye! I'm gonna go to the shamspeare room for last. I feel like we don't really have a reason to go to the Gyarados.
Sagaradeb appears to be out.
Oh well. Those will just have to come back again later. Yeah, there you go. We might have to come back here later. Oh, we can examine his entire room again though. You guys want to do that? Well, nothing's changed. Well, I guess it's without. Oh, jump back around and whilst Mr. Gyarados is out. Okay. Of course, the illusion of choice. Thank you so much, game. Thank you so much. All right, I guess we'll skedaddle. Okay, that should be everywhere but the room. All right. Oh, the cups are back in order. Oh! Hello again, Inspector Gregson. What are you doing here?
Well, we were hoping to have another look around, actually. Lawyer representing the defendant has a right to examine the scene, as I'm sure you're aware.
Yeah, I know the score. Oh!
Yes, one other thing. The soap on the ledge outside the window. Did you find it? With the tea in it?
Yep, we found it alright, and there was a small amount of tea in it, as you said. Knew it. To the identification section at the yard now, they're looking into it. Results should be available later today.
That's wonderful news. Thank you.
Pretty impressive performance in court this morning.
Sorry?
Nothing! Forget it. Just make sure you don't disturb anything in here. It's strange! There's something strange over there. Let's not look at it. Don't look at it! Ran out of change? You wouldn't even have any light, let alone eat. For the needy, London's winters can be very harsh.
That's true. But if you think about it, even the wealthy would find themselves freezing if they ran out of small change.
London's winters can be very harsh for the forgetful too, then. Me. That would have been me. Frankly, I'm starting to wonder if Susato-san and I are going to make it to spring.
That's true. We don't even have a meter at Baker Street, let alone a gas stove.
Look how dark the stain on the floor is underneath the meter there. I was gonna say, can we investigate underneath that? Because the chair was kind of in the way.
Yes, from all the water dripping out after the ice coins melted as you established in court this morning.
Very large and obvious stain, isn't it?
The shamspeare must have used an awful lot of ice coins, I suppose.
It's an ingenious idea, I'll give him that.
So it turns out Mr. Shamspeare wasn't eating the soap at all.
That's right. The mystery of why he had it on a plate whilst holding a fork in his hand is solved.
Yes, to prize his latest ice coin out of its mold. And in the process, he accidentally broke the bar of soap in two.
Then it was hard to imagine, let alone deduce. Ah, the ill-fated teacups in which the two men drank on the ill-fated night.
During the heated literary debate, yes.
Who's stronger, Romeo or Juliet? Sounds like it was quite a discussion.
Now I think of it, I'm sure that the two lovers in the play ended their lives with poison.
That's fiction, Mr. Sato. Let's hope it stays that way. Is that funny? Imagine fighting someone, like essentially fist fighting someone, only for their life to be like taken by poison. Like, fuck. I'm surprised that no one said outright like the motive could have been they had like a discussion that was so fucking out there that Mr. Natsume was pissed off enough that he'd poisoned the guy for disagreeing. But that couldn't be the case because those two were gonna settle on it anyways after the tea. And the conclusion came after it. I'm surprised no one went with that kind of that line of thinking there. Like you could just manipulate. Just rearrange the sentences a little bit. You change the story. Sun never shines in this room thanks to that depressing bricked up window.
Yet with enough determination, you can always remove the bricks to set some soap outside, can't you?
Sounds like a very wise life lesson, Mrs. Sato.
Only if you plan to follow a life of crime, Miss Naruto.
Strange thing over there. Look the Gregson first.
Are you looking for new clues, Inspector?
Why is my throat so Lord Van Zag's orders, yep. They come back till you've got something for me, he says. Tch.
Oh dear, poor you.
Yeah, poor me, because I've already searched every bleeding nook and cranny in the first place. I don't know what he expects, to be honest. Thank goodness warm chips is all I can say. well, at least is honest. He's making me crave for wedges again. Wait, that was it of the conversation? I gotta go straight to Sholmes now? Oh, fuck, there's gonna be a deduction. Alright, boys, so, come on. Get ready. Things are gonna be heated. Well, he did say that we're gonna, like, see him again soon. Okay. Okay, never mind. Hold on. For some reason, my mouse chose to click outside the thing. It's the Sholmes! What are you up to over there? What a question indeed! Was it not your good self who asked me to attend the scene? Oi! What are you doing here, Sholmes? What are you up to over there? What are you doing here? Dear me, once a great detective, one is always under scrutiny, it seems.
Here's now the time, Mr. Sholmes. Are you about to show us your forensic talents in action as you promised?
I want to see him fall. I miss that animation oh so dearly, and I wish that we will see it in this case. Please fall down. Your falling animation is the funniest fucking shit ever. With the greatest of pleasure, my dear madam. I got to see it so much after, like, chronologically this case. From the last case. Yeah, the final case of the last game. But we didn't get to see it very much now. What's all this? Oh, this is precisely what you requested, Mr. Naldor. Sherlock Sholmes' sensational skin prints seek a gun. Oh my god, he's got a new animation, look at him! Moments ago, I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim. A sample? From Mr. Shamspeare's cup? Each individual leaves microscopic secretions on everything he or she touches. Sample of those secretions is all I need to produce this, a refined indicator solution. By liberally spraying the room with this chemical, everything the victim touched is instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles. Here, try them on. There, now spray the chemical indicator about and all will be revealed. Spray? How do I do that exactly? Ooh. What is that stuff? It's like fog. Suspension of the chemical indicator in a pressurized gas. It's the most effective way to cover a large area. That was another invention I discovered incidentally whilst I was developing this idea. As you do. Go ahead, try it, my dear fellow. You may learn something interesting about the victim's movements on the night in question. Well, there's nothing to lose, I suppose. Let's explore. Ooh, finally, new mechanic. Ah, what the fuck? Oh, look at all this here. Ah, yes, interesting. Multitude of the victim's handprints.
Why, there's so many of them on the floor in this one spot.
Ah, perhaps he had a big fall just here.
It's nothing obvious that he would have tripped over, though, is there?
I wonder. Personally, I often stumble when there's nothing obvious to trip over.
I think that's something only a great detective would do, Mr. Sholmes.
Well, there's quite a puzzle. Handprints all over the floor. Yes, there's no obvious explanation. I was gonna say, is that where they, like, rumbled and tumbled? But wouldn't it be over here? Yeah, this is where they would have, like, thought about the place. That's creepy. Look, there are dozens of handprints here. So there are a great many indeed, so much that it's hard to make out any one individual print, in fact.
It sends a chill down my spine.
Perhaps he was leaning against the wall while he admired this picture? Unlikely, I would say. It's a rather dull scene after all.
And without wishing to state the obvious, you wouldn't generally admire a picture from such close quarters, I feel.
Oh, very true, Mr. Sethel. It's a bit of a mystery then. That little tussle is becoming worryingly. I wanted to spray gas meter because I wanted to see if he had fiddled with it, but I guess he would have only like stabbed something from underneath, huh? We sprayed Mrs. Shom's amazing skin print indicator all over this room, didn't we?
We did, but there are two places in particular that are of interest, I would say.
So this piece in the floor is important. Handprints on the floor there and on the wall by the picture, you mean?
Yes, and I think the floor warrants close investigation. I won't be a moment.
You gonna lean over? She is!
Careful!
Ah! What is it, Mrs. Athor?
Look here, Miss Narado. One of the floorboards has popped out.
One of the... You mean... the secret hiding spot? Excellent work, Mrs. Sato. So what do we have in here? Oi! What are you lot doing? Inspector Gregson, it's outside. Right this minute. It's my job to investigate that.
Wait, there's like a big piece of potato there. Is that hash brown?
Or is it fish and chips? Like, he's just crunching on, like... I thought it was only wedges in there. That's a big-ass piece. Oh, then, Inspector, you continue to dig in your portion of chips whilst we dig around on the floor, yo. Your fancy still can put me off my food anyway, Shams. Your bit of evidence is exactly what I need to survive, Van Dyke says, eh? Oh, he's also on the floor. Wow, a secret hiding place under the floor. What a find.
It's not a hiding place you could make use of in Japan. I don't think I could fit a straw tatami. Could lift a straw tatami mat.
No, I know. I've never expected one of these wooden floorboards to move either. Got me wondering about the wall there too. Aren't you curious?
Oh! I'll investigate at once.
Oh, she's standing on top. Oh, she's so cute. Because he would have been tall enough to reach it, huh? But she'd have to stand on top of it.
There's nothing behind the picture, sadly. Only the wall.
How disappointing. But then how do you explain the handprints?
I really can't think why anyone would have been touching the wall over and over in one place like that.
There you are, a print for you. Oh. Thanks, man. The handprints on the wall. Traces of handprints on the wall discovered using the skin print seeker gun. And multiple prints on either side of a hanging picture. Oh, thank you so much. His invention can make prints too. Now then, let's take a gander at it, yeah? Oh yeah, you can see the prints of the on here. So it is. I wanted to do that more. I wanted to spray more. But it's hard to know what areas is important and not important, you know? Why would anyone make handprints like this? That's a good point. What if Inspector Gregson has found anything under the floor here? I'm desperate to know!
So am I.
Very strange indeed. Love to know if there's anything hidden underneath that floorboard there. I mean, ask Gregson now, after all, we're well acquainted. Greggy? Really, it's been too long! Fuck off! Ah! I say! I feel like that's just the entire, like, relationship. What is it, Sholmes? Thought perhaps you might show me what you found there? Seeing as we're such good friends! We're not friends. No, I suppose not. A dismal failure. Yes. I heard. I'd kill to know what was under the floorboard. Right then, first fair.
What?
You did discover the hiding place after all. I suppose I should at least fill you in.
Really, Inspector? Thank you.
Do it quickly, my dear fellow! If there's one thing I know about this man, it's that he blows with the wind, as fickle as the weather. Why, stop making me out to be some kind of nut! The 3 items under the— my throat!
Excuse me.
There were 3 items under the floor. There, a newspaper clipping, a photographic print, and a tin box. Now, what do you want to know?
Newspaper clipping.
Looks like this he's going through puberty, it's fine. A mustache, he's he just grows up really fast. Looks like it was cut out of the paper about 3 months ago. It's about a convict who got sick and died while he was serving up time in Manchester. How terrible. Made the headlights down and here in London as well. The bloke had been sentenced to death, you see, but nature got him first.
Oh my goodness. He'd committed a capital offense?
Man by the name of Selden. Nasty piece of work into burglaries and murder. They say the hoard he'd knock off was worth about £1,000.
A hoard? Of treasure, you mean?
Jewelry and the like, but he'd hidden it somewhere and no one knows where. No, he's dead. The papers loved it, of course. £1,000 lost en route to hell, or some such was the headline. Does not strike you, though? Why such an article would be so carefully ensconced under the floor? I suppose now you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. Perhaps I'll go over the paperwork we've got on Selden back at the yard and see if I can turn anything up.
Capital offender article, a newspaper article about Selden, a criminal sentenced to receive the death penalty. However, he died of illness in prison whilst his loot remained undiscovered. Photographic print. Oh.
So this is the photograph I found, looks reasonably recent to me. Yes, it would appear to have been taken on the street in front of the house here.
And the gentleman on the left is Mr. Garrideb, the landlord, of course.
Who's the young man on the right? Mr. Garrideb's son, perhaps? Perhaps you can take that print if you like.
Really? Are you sure?
We can presume, therefore, that the yard already knows. The identity of the young fellow, that is.
Ah, is that true?
What's too bad if we do. Unfortunately for your lot, leaking information isn't one of my pastimes. My dear Inspector, if I be so bold as to point something out. Pastimes are for one's leisure, but this is for work. All the more reason I'm telling you! Ah, dismal of failure.
Yes, I heard. Hidden photographic print found in Mr. Shamspeare's room. It shows the landlord, Mr. Garrideb, together with a young man.
I wonder why a photograph like this was hidden on the floor. I mean, Mr. Shamspeare himself isn't in it. Photographic prints are still rare treasures in the East End. I imagine Mr. Garrideb was rather delighted to have been immortalized. He probably made a proud present of it.
Tin box.
Now this tin box looks interesting, doesn't it? Might I suggest, Inspector, that you open it? If you were to find something inside that reveals the truth behind this case, I wouldn't be in the least surprised. Yeah, funnily enough, I've already had a look. There's nothing inside. Completely empty. What? Shamspeare, give us a clue, damn it!
You didn't even have the chance to utter a word, Mr. Marador. But anyway, at least we found out what's inside the box.
Yes, thin air. It's empty. Rather like how I feel inside. Is there nothing more to this box then, I wonder? We're not gonna take it! Okay, it's just a box to us.
Wagar.
Oh, look! It's that lovely little kitty cat. What was its name?
Mr. Natsume's, isn't it? I don't think we ever asked him, actually. Why don't we call it, Wagahai? You know, like Mr. Natsume refers to himself in Japanese. I don't know how he got in here. Clever cat.
Oh, wonderful. Well then, Wagahai, here's something delicious I bought for you from the cat's meat man.
Aww. Oh, it's sleeping. Just have a cat now.
He couldn't be happier now, look.
Let's hope we can bring some happiness to his owner, too.
Wagahai. Hey, Whoa. Meow. Ah! Ah!
Stretching.
Meow.
That's a cheeky little meow, Wagahai.
Oh.
Oh, but he's so adorable. I could sit and watch him forever.
I think you may not appreciate that after a while. And we have an investigation to get back to.
Bye.
Be safe. I hope you don't get attacked while we're gone or something of that scary importance. Is it just... yeah, okay. I'm assuming we can probably go to Mr. 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨's room. Well, the 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐵's room. Is the incorrect answer that I've come up with. I think we have to go to someone... Wait, actually... I forgot, we should... Hold on. We can examine... Wait. I'll read that one, but... Okay. This one's also just looking at the thing. Fuck. Ugh! My chair! Condemned criminal dies of natural causes in prison. Manchester's Strange Ways prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours this morning. Hey, Jesus. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October, alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate. Medical staff arrived to find him already dead, but before his capital punishment could be carried out. This is weird. This seems like entirely unrelated whatsoever. A bit worrying. You know anything about this?
What's this?
It's a newspaper cutting that we found in Mr. Shamspeare's room.
Huh? So he knew, did he?
Sorry?
About this man, Selden. A convicted killer. The evil spirit behind the curse afflicts my lodgings.
What?
He's already taken one man's life, and now it's trying to take the life of another. A miserable mustache, much maligned Japanese man.
Mr. Natsume, if you know something, please, you must tell us. Tell us everything you can about this evil spirit.
Alright, so it turns out it wasn't completely unrelated. It was fucking... Really?
Truth is, I didn't know the details myself until very recently. That Selden man was arrested about a year ago now. And at the time he was hiding out in lodgings at Mr. 𝐢𝐴𝐺𝐺𝐼's house.
What? He lived where you do now?
That's right, yes, exactly where I live now, in my very room.
Oh my! Your room was previously occupied by a criminal found guilty of a capital offense.
Before his sentence could be carried out, he died in prison. That was 3 months ago now. And that's when it started.
What really is this curse you keep mentioning, Mr. Natsume?
It's already caused one death. A few months after the criminal passed away in prison. Man died in the room. The man who rented it after Selden, in fact. poor lodger. He was found dead in mysterious circumstances. The room was locked from the inside.
Locked? From the inside? Exactly like the case we're dealing with now. So what's the convict's curse? So that's the convict's curse, is it?
Yes, well, that was the start of it.
The start of it, you say? You mean there's going to be more?
Do you have any idea how the lodger before you passed away, Mr. Natsume?
The official cause of death was asphyxia. We discovered the body. The room was full of gas.
Gas?
Only found that out after I signed the lease. When Mr. 𝐢𝐴 came to tell me later, I couldn't stop myself trembling. In fact, if I'd known beforehand, I'd probably have been too scared to take the room. Landlord's lease, luckily legal.
Lucky for Mr. 𝐢𝐴, maybe? I'd say lucky for poor Mr. Natsume. Now you believe this curse is affecting you.
It is! At first, I just felt as though I was being watched. All the time.
And then you talked about having nightmares, didn't you?
They're trying to take me with them. They come for me. They're trying to suffocate me. Just when I'm just struggling to breathe, I wake up. The room is as cold as ice.
But why is your room so cold?
The winters are too cold to bear without any heating on overnight. For some reason, even though I light the stove before I climb into bed at night, the pilot light always goes out and the room fills with gas.
But that's terrible. Exactly the same situation as what led to the previous occupant's death. And there's what happened to Mr. shamspeare last night when he was mysteriously poisoned. There's clearly more to that incident than can be explained by a curse, though.
What can be the cause of all these strange happenings to Mr. 𝐢𝐴's room?
I mean, the first choice would be, is 𝐢𝐴, like, doing shit? Because he's very suspicious at the moment. I guess that's kind of it for us talking to him. Will this have updated yet? It has!
Ah, you're here now, Mr. 𝐢𝐴.
Right, belly business it is for me, you know? Getting out and about. We at the Old Bailey by any chances? Naturally, fate of my lodgings hang in the balance and all that, not a trial to miss. Fate of what's already been dubbed your haunted lodgings, yes. Those places already caused quite a stir around the capital on more than one occasion already. As the old haunted lodgings, or some such. Ah, well, at least he knows. Makes you wonder what the blaze is going on, don't you know?
Yes, I'm sure it does. In fact, thinking back to Mr. Natsume's other trial just 2 days ago. You were at the Old Bailey then as well, weren't you? Testifying with your wife about what happened.
Stopped off at the prison on the way home, in fact. Business? I see. So what brings you to my haunted abode today? We'll just go straight into conversing and then we'll present the item. Sorry, I forgot what I was presenting. Your lodges or lodgings? Lodgings? Your lodgings. So get this in mind when I'll save. I never save during an investigation. Probably should. Just in case shit goes down, but there's always the autosave. A fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character. Those house does seem to have become something of a magnet for rum fellows of late. Thanks to that bally curse. Convict's curse, you mean? Oh, heard the stories, have you? One scoundrel was arrested here, then the next chap in the room goes and kills over. And there was a woman who dropped dead just outside on the street, not to mention the actor yesterday. Am I next, eh? Ugh, can't help but get the collie wobbles, can you?
When you say the woman who dropped dead outside on the street, do you mean Miss Green?
because Miss Green, who was stabbed by the knife, and Mr. shamspeare, who was poisoned last night, are both very much alive still. As well as that blasted convict's curse, it seems. Personally, I should be quite content with such origins. A bath, a toilet, a fireplace, a fascinating history. Why? It sounds like the lap of luxury. I'm not so sure about that. Well, there's no bath or toilet included, and no fireplace either. But you do look out for your tenants, don't you? By watching the rise and fall of the flames in your gas lamps up here. It never hurts to keep an eye on things, in case there are any mishaps or such like. I think you've had your mishap already, sir! Ha 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 ha! Sholmes. That's not helpful, Mr. Sholmes. Heaven forgive me. The words just came to my lips. Your lodgers. The fishy fellow from the Far East and fellow actor the fellow actor chap with questionable character, eh? There's no need for that, Mr. Garudab.
That's right. Mr. Natsume is in no way fishy.
He is undeniably peculiar, however. Is it right that he took the vacancy immediately after the previous tenant passed away? Yes, that's right. I asked the estate agent to find someone, and he popped up the very same day. Never came across a chap so keen for a place with a background, as it were. I don't think it was the room's background he was keen on so much as the cheap rent, actually.
So how long has Mr. Shamspeare been lodging under your roof?
The actor chap? Let me see, of course. It's been 3 months now. Quite sure of it. Only 3 months? He's quite new here too then. And to what do you owe your certainty in that regard, Mr. Garudab, if I might ask? Well, it was that Selden scoundrel as it happens. Selden? The convict, you mean? Do Selden and Shamspeare have some kind of connection then? Shamspeare's, tendency. Convict chap Selden passed away in the clink 3 months ago now, you see. Some malady or another. Or other.
Yes, to see the report from the newspaper at the time.
It was only 3 days later that the tragedian showed his face, the actor fellow. Really? Yes, I remember quite distinctly. 'Tis small, this world we inhabit. Prithee, landlord, hear my request. I, the humble Shamspeare, do desire to take thy room on the middle floor. Offered a while for rent. Terribly sorry and whatnot, but that won't be possible. I'd have a lodger on the middle floor. Ground floor's vacant though. Nothing can be made out of nothing. Let me repeat mine will unto thee. Those crows must be muffling your ears. The room on the middle floor's taken. It's ground floor nothing. Oh well. We have an accord. Glad to... Lower Shamspeare dance to celebrate! From what I heard in court today, sounds like the chap was thieving gas. And he was 3 months in arrears with the rent too. Yes, the fellow was a bally player, right? Are you leaving? Thank you for your candor, Mr. Garudab. We are most grateful. By way of appreciation, allow me to say 1 or 2 words. Oh my fucking god, he's using the animation. I was so confident in myself that no one else would be using it. I should have known. Sholmes is eccentric enough. Fuck, dude. Look at him. He looks so stupid. Affectionate, affectionate, affectionate. Look at him. Hold on. I just realized I could probably take down the my pinned message. Because it seems that it's caught up on the stream now. I only just noticed. Hey! Give me my robe, put on my crown, I have immortal longings in me. What's happened to you? Shakespeare, my dear fellow, one of his most famous lines. I wish to divulge my own learning of the subject, for I have a turn for literature too, you know. Perhaps you could turn your attention to more apt lines then.
Oh, ho, ho, ho! Ow!
Mr. Garrett, could I ask you to look at this photograph? Is that your son who's with you there? No. There's a lodger here once. Duncan Ross is his name. Duncan Ross? Street photographer happened to be passing, so I asked him to take a photo just for kicks, really.
Was he by any chance a lodger before Mr. Natsume?
Yes, that's right. Now, the young gentleman who died in the room in mysterious circumstances. Just what Mr. Mustache was waiting for, one might say. Yes, young Duncan lived in the room at the top of the first flight of stairs before the Japanese chap. Would you mind telling us a little bit more about him? The lodger's death. Yes, Duncan Ross, young chap was attending art school. Had to work to pay for it, mind? Art school! Oh, is this where Miss Green possibly comes in? Oh dear. Moved into the middle floor room about a year ago, after that criminal student was arrested. Young students are always on the hunt for rooms with a history behind them. History of cheap rent, maybe, yes? Yes, well, anyway, it was one morning about a month ago now. Hadn't quite worked out the old trick of watching the gas lamps to see what my lodgers are up to at the time, so sadly I was rather tired to discover what had happened. The smell of gas that alerted me it was. Synopsis with the smell of death. Synonymous, sorry, not synopsis. Why did I say it like that? Synonymous. Called the police straight away, of course, and the officer kicked the door off its hinges. Once we got inside, we all badly collapsed. Because of the gas? Yes, the room was full of it. No air at all. The stove must have gone out while the poor chap was sleeping in his bed. Mr. Ross suffocated to death. Of course, the police gave me a sound ticking off because the gas pipes were so old and all that. I tell you how much it set me back to have the lot replaced all over the house. Even after he had all that work done, Mr. Natsume says the same thing. The stove goes out at night whilst he's asleep in bed. Well, that's the Pally curse, the convict's curse. I've done my duty as a landlord now. Someone's feeling defensive. That's scary. Ah, that reminds me actually. Yes? About young Duncan, the night before the poor chap perished. He'd been writing a letter of affection to a young lady.
A love letter, you mean?
Yes, where did I put it now? Ah, here it is. Left it on my desk. Not to Miss Green, is it? You'll excuse me, let me see now. What does it say? Dear my most beautiful and charming sweetheart.
Do you think we should be reading such a personal piece of correspondence?
My dear Susato, that is precisely why I prefaced my reading with if you'll excuse me.
I will not excuse Mr. Sholmes, no.
Sadly he didn't address it though, so I have no means of delivering the thing. Rather sad, really. I see, that's going to play on my mind.
Really, the identity of Mr. Ross's sweetheart has no bearing on the case. I think we should leave. We should leave well alone.
I suppose you're right. Indeed, the intended recipient's address is missing, however. There is a name attributed to the man's most beautiful and charming sweetheart.
Mr. Sholmes, please. I've already had to chastise you about this once.
My undenying love to you, my colorful darling. Olive Green. Olive Green? The woman who was plunged into a coma after a knife plunged into her back outside the house 5 days ago? The victim of the last case Osaki-san was in court for, who regained consciousness only yesterday. Is it just chance that her name has come up now? Could be
could it possibly be a mere coincidence? Naruto? Whatever can this mean?
Reading personal correspondence can have its merits, you see, Mr. Sato. Oh, we love to snoop. Welcome back, Penta! The court trial ended a while ago, so I'm just going through investigation at the moment. We picked up a lot of things, but I'm not sure how long the investigation is gonna be. I continue because I thought it won't be too long since it is a second day investigation. So we still have another trial tomorrow. In-game tomorrow, sorry, I'm not streaming tomorrow. Wait, is he still here? Can we... Hold on. We never actually... This never actually updated after talking to Thing. Yeah, okay. You don't know what the man looked like. You only know about the convict guy. Alright, this very obviously means that we have to go to the hospital. She's still here though. She said she was packing.
Naruto, I just finished speaking with the doctor. Miss Green is well enough to be discharged at last.
This is good news. But hopefully just before she... Ah! What is it? Miss Green! What was that? She clearly just hit something behind her back.
One moment, I'll be with you in a jiffy.
I just realized she's got a hair clip that looks like... What's that? I was gonna say the Eiffel Tower, but that doesn't really make sense if you're fucking in Britain. Would it be the Crystal Tower? The Crystal Tower hasn't been made yet. She's got a clipping that looked like a building. But that might have just been me.
Hello everyone. What are you all doing here? The doctor has said I can be discharged, so I'm just getting my things together. Miss Green, what were you just doing? Oh, nothing, really. I was just about to take some medicine the doctor prescribed for me, that's all.
Well, we're hoping to have another quick chat with you, if that's alright.
I don't really have anything else to tell you.
Alright, she's definitely behaving strangely. See if we can't coax something out of her. Can't coax? Hospital discharge. It's wonderful news that you're going to be discharged, Miss Green.
Oh, yes, I mean, thank you.
Once people are better, the hospital staff don't want them lingering and wasting space.
Not people like me, anyway. So, I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. I probably shouldn't stand around and chat.
He certainly doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk, that's for sure.
Oh, she's put it on the table. Oh.
Oh, never mind. I was gonna say, has the rat, like, changed direction permanently? Hasn't it always been looking that direction? This is the bottle that Miss Green was just about to drink from when we arrived.
Yes, she looked rather preoccupied, didn't she?
Perhaps it's very bitter? I can't stand bitter medicine.
I suppose that could be it.
In fact, whenever a doctor prescribes me medicine for a number of days, I always take it all at once.
I know!
Well, if you have to take something you don't like, it's best to get it all out of the way in one go, isn't it?
Oh dear. And I thought it was Miss Green I should be worrying about at the moment.
Down in one! I got an achievement for it! Oh, that's funny. That's not how you're supposed to take medicine, Renosuke, but alas. This is the card that Miss Green was looking at so intently before, isn't it?
Isn't that odd? We shouldn't be peeking at a young woman's private effects.
Right, I should say peeking for a gentleman's effects only.
You mustn't do that either.
Maybe you, Mr. Sato, shouldn't be peeking into a young man's mind either, hmm? So cute. We're not really allowed to look at it, huh? Our morals are too high. Well, Susato's morals are too high.
Miss Green, we were hoping to ask you about someone. Mr. Duncan Ross. You knew him, didn't you? No, I'm so sorry. The bottle of medicine fell down when she did. Oh, Miss Green, are you alright? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you like that. No, it's alright. I just wasn't expecting it. But how do you know about Duncan? Miss Ross had been writing a letter when he passed away. The landlord found it in his room. It was a very personal letter to you. Oh. It was at the art school. That's where I met Duncan, a year ago now. He was working to fund his studies. He dreamt of becoming a professional artist one day. And the two of you became romantically involved? Yes, that's right. We were very much in love. We were engaged to be married, actually. That's why he decided to move into a cheaper room to save money for the wedding.
That's what led him to Mr. 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨?
Yes, he told me he'd found the worst but cheapest room in the entire East End. And then, 1 month ago, that's when it happened. I'm so terribly sorry, Miss Green. Well, yeah, it's all in the past now, I suppose.
Is that why she was walking in that direction when she first got stabbed accidentally? I feel like there was a point in the trial that we were like, why did she go to this bookstore? We were under the assumption that the books that Soseki purchased was from Bourbon Books, but if we later found out it was actually from your books, which is a lot further. Now that I say that, I actually don't know what that means. Did we know that Miss Green went to Bourbon or your books? What the details of that case is now forever gone, and if I don't even remember if it was mentioned. But the fact that she was locally in the area is especially after what happened.
Well, Miss Green, she looks desperately sad.
Starting to think that's just her look. Now I see that she has every reason to feel the universe is against her. Was it much to talk about?
I do hope you won't think I'm being rude, but would you mind leaving me in peace now? I have to leave the hospital soon. Oh, I'm so sorry. We didn't mean to hold you up. Of course, we'll be on our way.
Mr. Naruto? He fucking spun in. Surely you weren't about to leave. That's quite out of the question. What? Mr. Sholmes, I didn't realize you were here. You're not going to do a deduction here, are you? Of course I was my guild follower, watching intently from the shadows as always. Well, make your presence known next time.
Mr. Sholmes? What's this about?
Something which occurs to me with some regularity. Yeah, Mr. 𝐢𝐧𝐿, is this? Why do detectives insist on such an post facto modus operandi? Why solve a case after it's happened? Hold on. I remember searching how to pronounce this, and then I'm like, operandi. Modus operandi. 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 Okay, sure. Instead of preventing a case before it happens, that is what sets a great detective apart. What do you mean? The rat is dead! Oh my god! The rat Folks, hold on. Let me change it for you guys to look at it. Oh my god! Ah! Oh no! Look at it! So let's avert disaster. Let us prevent this case from ever happening with nothing but careful observation. Alright? All the clues you need are set before you. You need only look and you cannot fail to see.
You can do it, Mr. Naruto. I know you can.
We probably don't need to present to you any more about anything else, huh? Oh, that's so fucking unfortunate. The poor thing was there the entire time. Definitely feel as though this card must be relevant. I mean, when we first arrived, Miss Green was standing with it in her hand in what can only be described as a very tense atmosphere.
Yes, it may very well be related to whatever incident Mr. 𝐢𝐴 was about to happen here. Perhaps we should ask Miss Green about it.
Is that actually updated? And with that in mind, I need my box transparency back. Let me go back to the low again. Let's see if that changes anything. Can we talk to you? Is it updated? The card. We'll do the card first before we come to terms with the dead rat.
Neither the sender's name or address appears to be written on the envelope or the card.
Okay, it is kind of hard to read. As much as I prefer it see-through, I can't read. Oopsie.
It arrived by post at my home the day before the incident that put me in the hospital here.
I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Oh shit, we're reading it. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 PM on 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Wait a minute. The 17th? Of this month. That's the day... That's the day you were stabbed on Briar Road!
And 5 PM?
It is precisely the time when the incident occurred. A Slug and Salad, yes, a pub on the northern corner of Briar Road. Briar Road being the street that Mr. 𝐢𝐴 house is on?
Does this mean that... As I'm sure you guessed, that day when I was struck in the back by the knife, I was actually on my way to the Slug and Salad. Oh goodness!
So that's what you were doing on Briar Road that day.
I'm sorry I didn't say anything before.
Oh. Alright, 07 boys to the right. That mouse seems to be dead, look. I didn't notice it there before, did you?
I think perhaps it drank the medicine that spurred out of the bottle. But that's... the bottle that Miss Green was about to drink from when we arrived.
You don't think... I see you've come to appreciate the true nature of the scene. That of a tragedy about to take place. Yes, I think it's falling into place. Miss Green, the contents of the bottle you had before has spilled out on the floor, and the poor mouse that drank it has sadly died.
Huh?
I think it's clear that the bottle must have contained a powerful poison.
Don't worry, I will attend to the mouse presently.
07 little guy. Goodbye. Miss Green. We're intending to go the same way as the rodent? To take your own life. Once we'd left, you would have put it to your lips again, wouldn't you? And taken the poison.
No! Oh! Miss Green, please! Please talk to us!
suicide. 10 seconds later, and we would have arrived at a very different scene here. No probability we would not have enjoyed this most delightful conversation. Of course, perhaps it hasn't been quite so delightful from your perspective, Miss Green.
Actually, in a way, now that everything's out in the open, I feel like a weight has been lifted.
Tell me, how'd you acquire that medicine?
Well, with this being a hospital and all, when the doctor comes to examine me in the mornings, he always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while, so I snuck this out when he wasn't looking.
It conspicuously lacks a label. I wonder what it contains.
I'm afraid I don't really know, but I thought if I drank it, it might just stop the pain somehow. Oh, please, Miss Green, don't talk of such things.
Well, it seems clear now that it contains poison.
Yes, that poor little mouse is proof of that. Oh, no, it's all my fault. What have I done?
I shall remove this to my office, Miss Green. I take it you have no objection. Oopsie, sorry. I went to scratch my head.
No, none. I think I really will have to ask you to excuse me now. I've told you everything.
Yes. I'm very sorry to have had to drag up such painful memories for you.
No, it's fine. Miss Green. Please, promise us you won't try to do anything like that again. Yes. Don't worry, your detective friend has the bottle now anyway. And besides, I've been stabbed in the back and had a close shave with a bottle of poison, and I'm still here. I think I'm destined to see things through to the end. It might sound a little conceited, but, well, that's how all this has made me feel.
Leaving Miss Green and St. Bart's behind, we made our way back to Baker Street with Mr. Sholmes. Oh, we got to see this area at night again. Again? Well, this is the first time. I swear we've seen it before. If not, it's our first time being here at night. Well, it would appear we've reached the end of the investigative trail for today. There are many facets to this case, and we're yet to see to the heart of it, if you ask me. That's my feeling, anyway.
I can't help wondering about the results of the analysis.
To Mr. Natsume's tea, you mean?
Yes. Will they have found strychnine in it or not?
Well, I fear that either way. It will be hard to escape the grip of our friend, Mr. Reaper.
Oh dear.
Yes. Rock Van Zykes. But I wish you every success, of course. And though I was late to rise this morning, tomorrow will be a new dawn. I intend to spring from my bed at a crisp hour and attend the trial.
Mr. Sholmes, you're going to come?
Indeed, whatever happens, I shall be there. Assuming my eyelids cooperate in the morning. Well, I think we've done all we can. All that's left is to remain focused and keep fighting for Mr. Natsume's cause until the very end. London, the world's most prosperous city, home to some 6 million people, but away from the razzle-dazzle, down-back alleys, and behind bricked-up windows, the lonely lurk. Soseki-san had battled long and hard with loneliness during his many months here. So I felt honor-bound to battle equally hard for my compatriot to lift the cause that gripped him. As for Mr. Sholmes, as Mr. Sholmes said, tomorrow will be a new dawn for all of us. Yeah, bye, Antonio. That's a good point to stop, I guess. I was able to get the investigation in through today. Well, the trial ended a lot shorter, but that made sense since it is a, well, after finding out the trial ending, this is a 2-part fucking trial. Like, the next day. It happens the next day. Like, I didn't think that would happen, but it's the next day. Haven't had this happen to us in so fucking long! Even in fucking Spirits of Justice, I can't remember if we ever had a 2-day fucking investigation. I'm pretty sure we did, I just don't. Fuck! Okay, well. This. Okay. I was waiting for the music to start. I was just gonna continue until the music started. But you know what? I'll just stop straight. Like, we'll stop here. Oh my god. Soulseki jump scare. I'm pretty sure he's probably enacting himself as a cat right now. I think that's what's going on. But okay, I'll call it here for today. Goodness, I got through a good chunk of the of this cave, so I'm quite satisfied. Right. That means next week, so Monday, Tuesday, as usual, for my Ace Attorney streams, that is when I'll be continuing the game. So I get to see in the how the trial turns out next week, I guess. Oh god, I feel like it's gonna be a long one. Usually the second day trial is always very fucking strenuous. Yeah. Whew, okay. I'm quite satisfied with the work, the progression for today. But for those that would like to see the continuation of today's progression of the game, please look forward to it next week, because that is when I'll be streaming the game again. But for now, that is all. Yippee! This week I am, of course, streaming though. It will be on Saturday as usual at 10 PM. UTC +8. So please come join me. If you guys want to see me. What am I doing? Fuck. I might continue with Star Rail because I haven't like progressed at all with the story. Like, if anything, last night when I went to play Star Rail, I was actually doing the Apocalyptic Shadows the entire time. Which, to my happiness, I was able to get through, because for those that are in endgame, that shit was horrible. Disgusting. Painful, very painful. But I got through it, that's all that matters. And more than that, I was able to use my level 1 sparkle, which I'm very content with. I think, what else? I think there should be anything else. That's all, really. Oh! I'll also be posting shorts this week, again, as well. I don't know if I'm gonna be posting 2 shorts. We'll see. I'm trying to be as casual as possible, so there will be a shorts this week. If I do ever manage to get an extra one, lucky for you guys, there will be an extra one. But yeah, I think that's all I'm gonna be doing. What? Oh, so yeah. So it'll be Star Rail on Saturday, but for those that are invested in my progression with the bunny canvas, I'll be also drawing on Saturday as well. So for those that want to see if I can fill up the canvas and want to see what the final count is of the bunnies, come join me. It will be a relaxing time. I'm just gonna chill draw, and then play through a gacha game. Yes, I'll wrap up today's stream. Thank you everyone that has dropped by the stream today. It was nice to see everyone. For those that also have watched through the stream, thank you for staying. I hope the investigation was interesting. Thank you to those that have commented into chat today as well. It was nice talking to everyone, but I think today was a lot of me just going through the game. Like a lot of it was, well, I nearly did get sidetracked for a few bits, but you know, I locked in, focused, actually progressed. That just means the next trial is gonna be very heavy, so it's good that I pay attention. But the thing is though, I'm probably gonna forget. By next week I'm probably gonna forget. We'll see. Tune in next week to see if miyuu will survive the trial. Probably not, but we ball. Yeah. Other than that, everyone, remember, go hydrate, go eat. If you haven't already, make sure to take care of yourself. For those on this side of the world, if you've been staying up to watch the stream, go rest up. Thank you for staying up. For everyone else on the other side of the world, please have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you in the next stream. Good night. Bye bye. I'll see you. Bye bye. Please drop by on Saturday. We will see what the bananas is about on Star Rail. Bye bye. miyuu signing off.